with incredible force. It's holding you, who have no detectable charge, to the ground right now.
It's not detectable because you can't get outside the charge.
That's not how detecting charge works.
How do you detect charge then? Once again, I asked you the same question.
Yeah, because...
Do you compare it to a neutral?
No.
So you don't compare a neutral, in order to detect charge, you don't compare it to a neutral?
No.
That's curious. How, the whole notion of charge implies that it's, encapsulated and beyond your sort of neutral position. So, I mean, tell me more.
Yeah, remember, charge is a flow of electrons. That's what it is.
No, charge is not a flow of electrons. It's pent up.
Flow
Something
of
is charged. It holds its position.
Flow of
it's
electrons.
Static.
That is flow of electrons.
No, you're talking about flow. You're not talking about charge, sir.
Charges. There are no flow of electrons from, for example, a dielectric material like wood or rocks, right?
We'll do this later.
So if you put an electrometer,
here we go.
If you put an electrometer, guys, you didn't interrupt Omni. I'm speaking now. Don't get nervous.
But you did interrupt the communication between Omni and Rixky.
No, I did not.
Kind of.
Well, they were mainly having a one-on-one.
Smooth. I heard you jump in between them at some point.
All right, Metamods. Omni said he was leaving, so there's no one else can talk to. Let's start go.
My gosh, dude, why do you guys do this to me only? I'm the only one that gets this, I think
it's Rob.
Is accent. I understand, no problem. So an electrometer
ain't no accent, bro.
If you put an electrometer next to a rock, for example, or a piece of wood, it reads nothing. Right? You see that? So, but if you put it next to a magnetic material or next to a material where electrons are flowing, you will get a reading. Right? So it is not any type of charge that you're talking about. Gravity works outside of that. Gravity, the influence on dielectric materials, on electrically charged materials, on magnets are all the same. 9.81 meters per second squared to the ground. Get it?
Agreed. But you can't tell me where the neutral is, can you, Rob?
Yes. The neutral is...
Where's the neutral?
The neutral is dielectric materials. That's your neutral.
Dielectric materials are my neutral.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Dielectric materials.
Yes.
What? Tell me. What do I stick my... I got a neutral node. I'm looking for the neutral, right? Where do I stick that node?
Two of them. Take your positive and your negative.
I put it in a volcano?
Stick it in a piece of wood. Give me a reading.
You reckon sticking it in a wood's gonna provide a neutral?
What exactly are you asking? What exactly are you asking for? I'm just trying to clarify.
You guys are trying to talk about your proof of gravitational force being matter attracting to matter. My interpretation is that of an electrical flow. They're asking me to prove, right, that it's an electrical flow. And I'm asking them, right, how do we actually go about proving an electrical flow? So I asked them, the primary means by which we determine an electrical flow or determining charge is actually to find a neutral. And yet across the surface of the Earth, where there is no neutral, we're encapsulated within the flow. Therefore, where is the neutral that I need to provide that you guys require?
Dielectric materials.
Because you got no neutral for your gravity either, right?
Yes, we do. Hold on, that's a different question. Don't move on. You don't pile on. Dielectric materials resist the flow of electric currents. So, like a piece of wood, like a rock, right?
Do you acknowledge?
When you take your two nodes,
one thing.
Hold on, he's in the middle of saying something, man.
Dielectric material, you get no reading. That is your neutral. So that's how you know. But I tell you what, though. If you lift that piece of wood up off the ground and you let it go, it goes to the ground. You see that? So something else, my friend, it is not electrical current flows. No charges are involved here. Look it up. Dielectric materials resist the flow of electric currents. Electric currents is the exchange or flow of electrons, charged materials, right?
Sir, what
Okay.
percentage of the human body is made of water?
What percentage of what?
The human body.
Yeah, roughly 70%.
Are you sure about that?
That's why I said roughly.
What about percentage of the human body made of bacteria?
I'm not sure of that. You'd have to ask a doctor about that.
It's like 2,000%.
Well, I'm not surprised.
So you want to
So,
completely change the topic or what?
Yeah, no, we're coming around. I don't know what's going on there, but so you think that what, because you stick your node into like a dielectric substance such as a rock, is that your interpretation?
No, that's not an interpretation. That's an observed
Okay, cool.
situation.
So, would you acknowledge then that the rock itself is like you say it's like would you say it's non-conductive?
It resists the flow of electric currents.
Right. Okay. So, so it resists the flow, but it doesn't completely anomalize and like it doesn't reduce it to zero, right?
Are we talking about splitting hairs?
Yeah,
In
we
other
are. We
words,
got to
what I'm
split
saying,
hairs,
what I'm
man. We're
saying
at the
to you,
fine
what
end
I'm
of
saying to you.
your scientific endeavor right here. So
Well,
yeah, we're splitting hairs.
Well, what you need to do is provide evidence that whatever this minute, minuscule number that you're trying to target, that it travels 9.81 meters per second to the ground. You're going to have to provide that.
That's fine.
You see what
Yeah,
I'm saying? You
your
can't.
electrical flow.
That's a huge,
It's an
brother. That's
electrical
a
flow.
huge
I've tried to
force.
tell you. It's an electrical flow.
A huge force of undetectable charge.
It's not undetectable. Well, I mean, actually, it is technically undetectable, isn't it?
Right.
Because you've got no neutral. As I said again, you think you've got a neutral. You have no neutral.
Yes,
What
we
I
have a
would
neutral.
propose to you is that this
It's called
dialectical sort of
materials are neutrals. They resist the flow of electric current. That is
they
how you
resist.
know that electrical exchange between the Earth's core and a piece of wood is not occurring.
How much do they resist?
Electrons are not flowing between the piece of wood and the Earth's core.
How much do they... Rob, you can't keep going on, sir. Like, you got to allow me to jump in, please.
Go ahead, jump in.
So, how much do they resist?
Dielectric materials resist the flow of electrical current. They are
How
called
much?
insulators.
I asked you to quantify.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me finish this. Do you know why wires are wrapped in plastic? Because
Yes, I do.
plastic is a dielectric material. It's called, also known as an insulator. You see that, brother?
Would you acknowledge that once those insulators, like, I mean, so all different wires are gauged to different sort of scales and sizes of different electrical flows and voltages, right?
Yes,
So the high tension wires, right? High electrical voltage, they are raised right up above the earth as much as like sort of, I mean, what engineering wise that like is required to lift them up, and that is their insulator from the earth, right?
I'm not sure what you're saying. That does not make any sense in any way. The
So
point
when they have high tension wires, why do you think high tension wires are raised up high above the earth? Do you think it's like, do they have any insulation around them?
So that you don't go touch them.
Yeah, cool. So it's to do with the amount of voltage potential, right? So if those voltage potentials were higher, they would need to raise those high voltage tension wires up even higher, right?
No, that's not true. So high voltage, like powertrains or so, they are up high because there shall not be any kind of manual interference or planned interference with those. The wires between each other have a higher voltage than the wires to ground. Because you have an alternated current between these wires, they have, by the way, the ground is within the wires as well. One of those wires is the ground. Then you have L1, L2, L3, so the three phases, for example, and they are delivered there. The distance between these wires is very, very small compared to the distance to the ground. So the distance to the ground has nothing to do with kind of accidentally flowing charges or so to the ground, or you need to insulate them or isolate them. That is not the reason.
The air is the insulator, they say.
Yeah, sure. But the air between, the distance between these wires is maybe, let's say, 2 meters or so, or 10.
Is that the difference between the positive and the negative within those high tension wires, or not?
They're all positive lines, bro.
Fantastic. Okay, so you've got all high positive tension wires raised right up above the ground, right?
With birds on them, correct.
Yeah, and the air is the insulator, right? Because of distance.
Well, you have safety reasons why you have to have an electrical power line be 15 feet up in certain areas. If it's over residential,
Right.
over your house or not, whatever it is.
So imagine the voltage. Like, what is that? 200,000 volts? Is that they all sorts of different voltages, right? 200,000 volts.
Well, what you do, you can
Happy with
look
that
at
one?
any power line and count the resistors, right? The little funny looking shaped ceramic insulators, right? And each one of those is
Yep.
rated for about 8,000 joules. So you see 15 of them, or 14 of them, 7 on each side in a row, stacked up, and then you can determine how much voltage is rated. Those power lines are rated to carry. So we don't really know at any point what amount they're carrying.
Right. So, I mean, theoretically, right? Like, what if, like, hundreds of thousands of volts are coming from the sky?
What then?
Well, if you look at some slow-mo footage
You're
of some
inside the flow.
lightning, the
No, like
lightning
the whole
comes from the
electrical flow
ground.
is right. Like you're inside the flow of voltaics. It's but like it's from the sky coming down to the ground.
Well, that's called lightning.
It's meeting at a point from the ground, closer to the ground. Yes.
No, it's just coming from the sky.
Like you talk about
Constantly.
lightning, right? A lightning strike.
No, I'm not talking about lightning. Lightning is just the phenomenon of which you can see the so-called electrons flowing, right?
No, you can see the ionized gas, but go ahead.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. That's all just flowing down. And there's a massive flow of electricity down from the sky down to the ground. And it's dragging on every every atom is like a positive atom, right? And it has an effect upon it.
Wait a second. Why do you say an atom is a positive atom?
And let me ask you this first, or
Atoms are
say
positive.
this. Every atom I've ever met is not a great guy. Not very positive.
So atoms are by default not charged. If you have an ionized atom, then you have a charged atom. So you're stealing it, for example, an electron, then it is slightly positive charged. If you add an electron, then it's negatively charged. And you can detect you can detect charges, for example, by charging or discharging your probe. And with Coulomb's law, you can then detect the attraction to a charged or not charged object. If there is no attraction, if you have it positively charged, and there's no attraction if you have it negatively charged, then that object that you're testing is neutral.
So what's your neutral?
Again?
What is your neutral?
Neutral is an atom that has a balance between, or a material that has a balance between protons and electrons. Neutral is absolute information. If you're talking about voltages, so like the charge differential of two things, then you don't have an absolute. Because between minus 100 volt and minus 50 volt, you have 50 volt potential. So compared to each other, the one is 50 volt charged, but there is a voltage differential between some things. And that is something that you claim in the atmosphere happens, that with every meter or so, you have a different charge. So you have a voltage potential between ground and an object in the air, and that would cause kind of an attraction. But that doesn't work because gravity still works below water, seawater, and also gravity works in liquid mercury, which is highly conductive. So you cannot build up charge differentials in liquid mercury.
On what voltage potentials are you talking about?
Any.
Let me ask you about the liquid
So,
mercury.
Any voltage potential. So there
conductor-
is no, like, you think it's like mercury is a pure conductor?
No, it's not a superconductor, but that doesn't matter. It's only a dampening. So conductivity or less resistance is just a dampening of situations. So if you have for example, an electric wire or so, and you put a charge on one thing, eventually these charges will completely equal out, even in a not superconductor. The difference between a superconductor and a normal conductive material is just the speed and the amount of electrons that can travel through these materials at the same time.
So you could be an electrical flow. Where is your neutral in this position? Like if we're trying to detect an electrical flow, which we both acknowledge there's something coming from the sky, I'm assuming you agree that there's an electrical potential coming from the sky?
Coming from or going to, yes, whatever, yeah. I agree that
cool.
there
So
are
the ground
charges
is the
that
neutral?
there are
Cool.
charges in the atmosphere, yes.
Yeah, it's constantly flowing. Cool. Very, very, very high voltage. It's overcomes all resistance.
So
Right.
I wouldn't say very, very, very high voltage, and resistance
No, but
is
how
just
would you say
slowing
no?
down.
How would you detect it and say no, there is no voltage there?
I don't
How
say
are
there
you
is no
providing?
voltage.
Where's your
You
neutral
claimed
position? You have no
you
neutral.
claimed very, very high voltage, and I'm not agreeing on very, very high voltages. I agree that there are charge differentials in the atmosphere. So there is a voltage between high altitude and low altitude.
Great. So, I mean, how do we go about actually determining the potential of that?
You can measure that. You can measure the charge differential between different layers of air.
So presumably, like, you think that you're touching is it the anode? Are you putting the anode to the ground and you're putting the cathode to the ground and the anode up in the air, right?
I don't recall from the top of my mind if the atmosphere is positively or negatively charged. Doesn't really matter.
No, I think it does.
Because
that's the flow. If you say
positive
it's not,
charge
doesn't matter, but you know that the high potential goes to the low potential, the flow does matter, right?
No, that's just a purely artificial definition that, for example, electrons are negatively charged, and if you put a electric flow, the electrons flow from the negative to the positive pole. This is just an arbitrary definition. You could also call them positrons or so, and they go from the positive to the negative field. There is no direction that can be detected or anything. So you just know charge goes from one point to the other.
Okay, but the
Printers or
sky
bird?
is positively charged, right? And the
I don't
ground
know.
is the
I
neutral.
said I can't recall, but it doesn't matter because charge
You say it
differentials
doesn't matter.
attract
It's
each
funny that
other.
you keep saying that. It does,
Independent.
because it determines
Okay,
the flow.
No, independently, if the Earth is, let's say, positively charged and an object at high altitude is negatively charged, the Earth would attract that object. Vice versa, the same way. If the Earth would be negative and the object in high altitude is positive, they will also attract each other because different charges do attract. Same charges do repel. So it doesn't matter in which direction the charge differential goes.
Can I ask a question about the Mercury?
Sure.
So is it strictly buoyancy and density when they float the anvil in the pot of Mercury?
Yeah, it's buoyancy and density, which is a cause of gravity.
And not any electrical EMF.
Has absolutely
You can't
nothing
rule
to
it
do with
out.
electrical something.
You can't
Yeah.
rule it out. You can't rule that out, right?
You can rule that out. You
How?
can completely rule that out because, for example, a heavier material than iron, I think lead is heavier than mercury, will sink to the ground. Even so, between the bottom of the mercury bucket and the top and the surface of the mercury bucket, there is no charge differential. There is no potential difference. And also the lead ball also that you put into the mercury bucket will have exactly the same charge as the mercury bucket itself. And the same with seawater, by the way. Seawater is highly conductive compared to normal water because of the salt. And you would agree that you can throw a stone into seawater and it will still sink to the ground. So we can rule out electric charges to be an explanation for gravity.
No, I think if you acknowledge that, like, as you increase the voltage, it overcomes all of the insulative values, right?
So if we would increase voltage, then we would detect at some point we would detect the electric flow. So then it's not static
You do
electricity
detect electrical
anymore.
flow.
Now then it's not static electricity. We would have a constant electric flow, and that constant electric flow that we may have in our atmosphere is super minute. There's very, very low electric flow happening.
You detected that how? Like, where is your neutral? Once again, I ask.
No. For electric flow, you don't need any kind of charges to detect it. Electric flow will cause a magnetic field, and you can detect that as well. That's how
The magnetic field
these
or the
ampere
gravitational
clamps
field.
and so on works.
Yeah, that's what you call the gravitational field, sir.
No.
You're misinterpreting it. That's all.
Now, gravitation can be detected by gravitometer or by accelerometers, but magnetic fields can be, for example, detected by Hall sensors, or that's what we do, for example, with ampere meters, that we detect a magnetic field around a wire or so. So electricity is very well understood. It's really a very well understood field in science, and we use it for every stuff. We know how that electrons have mass because otherwise CRT monitors wouldn't work. I know typically they are not used anymore, but back in the days they were used. We know how semiconductors works. We will know how superconductors works. We know how skinning effects happen on high voltage wires and so on. So we know a lot about electricity. I would say we know way more about electricity than we know about gravity. And the thing is that we can completely rule out any influence of electricity to be part of gravitational fields. Because we also can manipulate them. You cannot create in air electrostatic field that is strong enough to, for example, levitate a potato. So if you would have, or even like make it double as its own weight. So if you say, yeah, levitating is problematic because the Earth has such a strong field. Okay, let's double it. It's not possible. You can create an electrostatic field, but at some point, the electrons will flow through air because air is not that good of a conductor. And then you will have small lightnings. So you cannot create these gigantic charges to reproduce gravity. So I think it's good if you try to come up with alternatives, but I think you also should appreciate the possibility of falsification. And I think that you seem to me like someone who can give it a thought. There are other people who are just like negating it and just screaming nah, but yeah. Is no one talking, or is it me?
No, no one's talking.
Oh, okay.
To really him give up, him finally understand or what? Snooze is gone. That means Snooze already put really ski in place and has left. Well, you know what surprises me about flat earthers? One of the things that surprised me is that they believe that they are the ones that are thinking. Like the things that they're coming up with, they think they're the first. You really don't think that, dude. People live, eat, and breathe this stuff, right? So they have thought of a lot of things that you who don't even do anything have thought of. Just think about it. Flat earthers have not, they just started science 10 years ago, 5 to 10 years ago. These people have just started science, right? Somebody said to them, hey, do you feel the earth turning? And they're like, yo, you're right. And then they join this online war community to attack science, right? So they believe that they're the first to come up with some of these concepts that they're bringing to the table, and we're looking at them and laughing. You're like, you really think we haven't thought about electrical charges that is bringing things to the ground? You really think we haven't thought about that? Right? Quite literally, if you read the information from the standard model, the unification of everything, it talks a lot about electromagnetism and charges and all these kind of things. But gravity cannot be explained, cannot be brought into the standard model, right? It's separate. There's a separate behavior in your environment that is outside of these, electrical charges. They've already done the math. They've already run the calculation. I mean, literally. Let me tell you something. Here's a fact. I'm going to tell people a fact here. Flat earthers believe they are smarter than Einstein. I'm telling you right now. If you go ahead, anybody who's listening, go ahead and ask the flat earther if he feels he's smarter than Einstein. They will respond, yes. The arrogance, the self-absorbed, conceited, self-righteous ignorance, right? Right? No study, no practice, no work, nothing. I am I think, therefore I am. That's flat earthers, right? I think it's not gravity, therefore it's not. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, dude. And the reason why they continue on this gripe is because they have a whole online community that just strokes their ego. Strokes their ego, big man. For the last 10 years, their egos have been stroked by each other. For 10 years. Can you imagine 10 years? Go to Earth Awakenings. Talk about ego stroking maniacs, dude. You know what I mean? You listen to Geo, just stroking the egos of these people. Geo's intro is the Earth is flat. It's not turning. The vacuum of space does not exist. Literally, literally stroking this ego. It's garbage. Patent nonsense. I would listen. I put money on the final experiment. I say I'll give you guys every flipping dime in my pocket that you will see that sun go around your head every 24 hours. Why? Because you're on a flipping ball, yo. That same sun is providing light in the upper latitudes, dude. It's predicted, right? I will bet money on it. That's what I told flat earthers. They laughed and they giggled and they didn't want to take the bet. You see what I'm saying? Here is another bet. I bet money you can go to space. dude, I would lay money on the line for that. Right? Money on the line that you can do that as well. That is because the Earth and the heliocentric model is a empirically observed fact, dude. Right? And the more, by the way, the more flat earthers don't do anything, like just sit on their butts and just yell out nonsense about electrical nonsense, the more they sit on their butts and do nothing, the more we win. Why? Because we working. They not. Right? Our people working. They not, dude. They are not doing a doggone thing except sit in their easy chair and spout nonsense. Right? So sit there and spout nonsense while we give you the data from work. You know what I mean? If right now, if I had a family member that was an astronaut or a good friend that was an astronaut, I would bring them into the room right now, and they would say, "Hey, is the Earth a globe?" They would say, "Yes." How do you know? They would say, "Because I orbited it." Right? Right? What are you gonna do? You're gonna try to take away that guy's experience? Is that what you're gonna do? Think about that. It's that simple to prove that the Earth is a globe. It is that simple. You just need to drag someone in who has seen it. That's it. Now, find me one earthly soul who has seen the flat plane with all the continents and all the oceans side by side. Find me somebody. Go ahead. No one. There is no one who has seen it. Zero. Dr. Green. Well, one.
Where's the party at?
Here, by the sound of it.
It's right here, brother. Right here.
Okay, cool, man. Who's going to tell the first joke?
The first joke, the earth is flat. That's the first joke. Yeah, that's the joke of the joke of the dark web. That the earth is flat. The joke of the dark web.
So, how many people on these servers are so interested in this flat Earth thing that they come and join and come and do their thing on a daily basis? Like you're are you recent to Discord or what?
Yeah, I'll say I'm roughly recent. I've only been on it maybe 8 months, 9 months.
Yeah, it's something that like yeah. Once you discover it and you're like, shit, this type of stuff exists. So it's it's a whole new sort of community, I guess.
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of. Yeah, I'm roughly a new guy. I would consider my new guy because most people have been talking to flat earthers now for like 5 years and all these kind of things. I've only been talking to them for maybe 3. Um, I speak to them on Clubhouse, and then I speak to them here about 9 months now. I've been speaking to them here. So hey, so I
So
don't.
yeah, no, I'm what country are you currently living in, if you don't mind me asking?
Sorry, I was breaking up there. Say it again.
What country are you currently living in, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, that's classified information.
Okay, cool. I was just wondering if you had moved from where you might obviously sound like you're from, and you might have moved to a much larger. Anyway, but no, that's fine, mate. That's fine. I get it. You know, high profile and stuff, innit? You know.
Yeah, man, absolutely. No. Keep certain
I,
things, certain
I
information
can
that's classified.
I can guess that you're in the northern hemisphere.
It's classified.
That's it. Yeah. What's your favorite music, mate? Come on. Yeah.
My favorite music, I like reggae, and I like dancehall music, and I like hip hop, I like R&B, and I like pop. I like pop music.
You like you like you like the you like to pass the dotchy on the left hand side.
No. I like the song, but I don't like to actually do those actions. No.
Oh, okay. I think if you do it to the right, it sort of changes it up a bit. You know what I mean, isn't it? But it's a good idea to be sharing stuff nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, man, for real, dog, for
If
Yeah.
you're
real.
in if you're in a circle, it's eventually going to come back to your right.
Yeah, exactly. Pass the dirty yeah, man, big tune, Mighty Diamonds, Mighty Diamonds, man,
Yeah,
1970s.
I just wanted to see if you had I just wanted to see if you had a sense of humor, mate. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times you're laughing in a serious manner, but I know that you got a sense of humor while you're laughing. So that must anyway. I'm just checking to see if you're human or not. You know?
Yeah, man, no problem, man. Yeah, man, I have big sense of humor, you know. Yeah, man, for real. I love them
Yeah,
things,
man. Yeah, man.
entertainment. Because
Yeah, man.
you know where I come from. You know that, man. How we easy, brother. We easy.
Yeah, I'm working with a guy. I work in the kitchen. We was doing some Jamaican dumplings today. So, not saying that you're Jamaican. I'm just saying you might have just tried them once in your life. You know. So we're doing some goat stew and all that. You know what I mean? So some proper thing in it.
Oh, Z. Yeah, man. This is some boiled dumpling straight in the pot and boil it up with the yam and the banana. Food, yeah, cook food, brother.
Yeah, man. We're doing in the pan. We're doing like shallow fry in the pan as well. So you got something a bit soaking. You know.
Run a boat with some saltfish or some mackerel. Yeah, man. Big something that, brother. You know, so food is our thing, you know. Yeah, man. We specialize on that, brother.
So like you got 120. You got 127 volt where you are. What's your limit?
120.
Got 127 volt.
Oh, 120. You talk about 120 versus, yeah, man. Me know what you talk about. You know, so the polarity different in a Jamaica, you know. So, me know what you talk about, brother.
Oh, yeah.
you know, yeah, man, the voltage, you know, you know, I know the voltage. It's not the voltage. A 120. I think it's we call it the oscillations. In the United States, it's like 60, and Jamaica is like 50 or something like that. Yeah. That's what it is, brother.
Yeah.
You make a equipment in Jamaica. And you bring it come to the States or to England, and it mash up. But if you bring a equipment from USA or from England and go to Jamaica now, it work fine. It even work better, but not the other way. Yo, Dr. Green, you know that flat Earth is only 10 years old, right? The modern flat Earth, right? Yeah, man. It was started by the entertainment industrial complex. Bob, the rapper, he's the one that started this online community. Um, so basically, it's his fans that spreaded it all over the internet and the interwebs, and then people like Relisky and all these other people like Geo in Earth Awakenings, all them people heard it from somebody who heard it from Bob, or them heard it from somebody who heard it from somebody who heard it from somebody that heard it from Bob. These are, all these people are like second or third generation flat jokers. The original jokers who heard it from Bob, who love Bob and all these kind of things. I don't. Those people are still spreading it. You know what I mean? Them kind
So,
of move on.
so yeah, but B.O.B. When was B.O.B. around? You weren't around. You weren't spreading music back in 2013, no?
Yeah, man. No, it started in 2015. That's when he went online and launched it. He did a big
Really?
profile thing, and he even made a song about it. And that is
So
when it
what? So what?
exploded on the interwebs.
Yeah, sure, but maybe in some regions and maybe not in others. But when did the Truman Show come out? Surely the Truman Show would have. I would say that it would have possibly to the right people. Um, but yeah, I kind of agree with you. It does take somebody in the public eye to make a change. But to be honest, I think that came later. For anyway, fair enough.
No, but the young people, man, is the young people that started it. You see, young people don't watch the Truman Show, big man, and all them some there. Them listen B.O.B. rappers and pop stars and hip hop stars. That's what they did. So when he went and did it, they took it, young people, and blasted it. Say, yeah, man, that's my boy. He's right. I don't feel the earth moving. You know what I mean? So them start to do little research. Them start doing little memes, little videos that says 200 proofs the earth is flat and all that kind of stuff. It
Yeah, but
started from that community.
what makes a person, whoever, all of a sudden have the audacity or whatever the right word is to kind of make that statement? I mean, by memory, I think it was a misconstrued statement that was pulled into a context that it wasn't meant for, but possibly either way, whatever. What makes a person come across this information? Do they just suddenly just have a conversation with someone? I mean, we had you know what I mean? Like, if why would B.O.B. be one of the forefronts of people to find out about this? Then surely it must have been in the more public gossip before that. Surely.
No. Well. Remember, these are entertainers, right? So what they do is they are in their community and they say, "Oh, I'm going to rap about that," or they're creative. They're creative. So it could have been something he heard in a barbershop. Like I heard it in a barbershop back in the early 90s. Barbers arguing about it, right? But they were, it's not like they were out there saying, yo, the earth flat for real. No, it was just, barbershop banter, right? So B.O.B. is probably somebody who used his creative, skills and say, you know what? I'm going to, do something. I'm going to sing about it and make some lyrics and stuff. So imagine that he's the hottest guy in terms of hip hop. So his fans are obviously going to repeat it, dance to it, make memes about it. That's what they did. That's what they did. And then here comes people like Rilisky and Geo and Nathan Oakley and all these more like they're more science inclined. So they're conspiracy theorists people. So they're hearing it from these online young people and saying, you know what? Let me jump on this train. Let me I like this, So that is how it all just kind of metastasized. You know what I mean? So it's B.O.B. man. If B.O.B. didn't do it, all these people would not exist. They would not release Key, Nathan Oakley, Q, all of these witsit, they would not exist. I'm telling you. It's just that they got kind of like the young wind that kind of affirm some of these conspiracy theory feelings that they are obviously susceptible to. I'm telling you, that's it.
I mean, in what way is surely people were still talking about it for the last 100 years before that, because it was a thing at some point. Mention of old people in old people's homes recently, saying that they got taught that as kids. Whether that's true or not, I don't think so. There must have been talk amongst talk. The story must have carried on through the years. If it just took one person, but you would agree that people of certain type of personalities would have still been talking about this and telling their grandchildren about it, or something like that. As a story and not as a fact.
No, there's a certain mindset that is susceptible to it, right? One of the mindsets that's susceptible to it is fandom. Fandom. These people are they're fans of the artists, they're fans of the movement, so they are going to be susceptible to the garbage. And then the more you talk about it, somehow it starts to take over their psychology. Then you have the people who are susceptible to conspiracy theories. That is those are the last people that are left that are talking about it. The fandom people have left this arena. they they don't like B.O.B. anymore. They moved on to Drake, for example. But the conspiracy theory people, they are the ones who their brain is already broken. So
Another day where Rob is obsessed with flat Earth.
so like electric is one of those people. He's already broken. So when he heard it from the B.O.B.
Every single day, this guy wants to analyze flat Earth. He just can't get enough of it.
Right. So when
You might as well be a closet flat earther, dude.
So when Electric heard it from the fandom group, he's susceptible to the nonsense, and he's like, "Wait, you know what? I think the Earth is not moving. You know what? So I'm going to talk about it and stuff like that." But if that fandom group was not there, I am telling you, Electric, Relisky, Geo, Q, they would not be talking about flat Earth. They would not be. It's kind of like the River Nile, it flows. You can't stop it. It's just flowing. So the fandom people push this flow of nonsense out there.
Rob, you're my biggest fan, dude.
And dude, electric picked up it, and he's susceptible
Rob,
to
you're
it.
obsessed with me. You're like a clingy girlfriend right now. You can't stop talking about me. You're obsessed. It's pathetic. You need to get a life and move on. Stop focusing on flat Earth so
So
much.
there must
If
so
Earth
there
is
must have
not
been
flat,
there must
then
have been
why
a
are
year
you
of
obsessed? If Earth is not flat, why are you obsessed with flat Earth? Are you obsessed with grass being green or grass being blue? Just things that aren't true? Do you obsess over these things? No, you don't. The reason you obsess over flat Earth is because you're a closet flat earther. Okay, you pretend you know that the Earth is a globe, but you're not an astronaut. You're not a space. You're not a space. You don't do anything
trick.
pertaining to globe.
That's another talking
Okay,
point.
you're just like the rest of us.
You're a closet
Sorry.
flat earther.
I mean, you pretend you're an
Yeah,
astronaut, like you have experience in space, but you don't. You're just like me, dude. You're stuck on the ground,
You're stuck
experiencing the same thing as everybody else. You're just another nobody.
Word tricks. The conspiracy theories, word tricks that they use. They're so you guys are so predictable, man.
These aren't
Again,
word tricks. I'm just
of
talking
course
to
they
you
are.
man to man.
Dude,
This is what I think of
it
your
makes no
time in
sense
this
to say
place.
to me.
You've
It
become
makes no
obsessed
sense to
with
say
flat
to
Earth.
me
That's
that
what's
some
happened.
people. So it does makes no sense to say to anybody that, oh, you're talking about it so much. That means you're a closet flat earther. That's dumb. That's the dumbest thing. That's a word trick. Those are mind games, dog. We're not
No,
playing
that's
those
me
games.
analyzing your behavior. Every day, get online and you obsess over the shape of the Earth.
Dude, the fact is, you are a 5 to 10 year old science guy. You were never into science before. BOB's fandom launched Flat Earth. You were not a science guy. That's the fact. All right? So you're in a realm that you do not understand because you never studied it. But you're standing on the ground and your
But
rudimentary
you never
myopic mind
verified that
does
Earth
not
is a
see there. No,
globe. Why don't you stop pretending that you have evidence that Earth is a globe for 1
here's
second
what
in
do I
your
do, man.
life
This one,
and realize that the reason
that's
you're
another trick.
obsessed with
That's another
people
trick.
that are questioning the
That's
shape
another
of the
trick.
Earth is
You're
because
not
you question
questioning
the shape of the Earth
anything.
as well. You
You don't
think
have the
these are your
capacity to
kin,
question
these are
anything.
your brothers, and they've rejected you
Yes,
because
there
you don't
are
know how to
brothers.
participate
We are
amongst the talk.
brothers. Yes, we are brothers.
Yes, this is what happened. You
Another
feel
trick.
betrayed by
Another
your
trick.
kin,
Another
and
trick.
what creates the bond,
Another
the common
trick.
denominator
Another
between
trick.
me and you
What's a
is that we
litmus paper?
both question the shape of the Earth, and that's why you're here.
What's a litmus paper? What's M in Y equals what does the M represent in Y equals MX plus C? You don't know. You don't.
so what so all right. So what year, if we go back in history and we think
This guy
what
thinks a
year did
litmus
we
paper proves the shape of the Earth. Are you absolutely sane? What does a litmus paper have to do with Earth being a globe? You have no idea how to defend your position. You don't
Testing your
understand how to
knowledge of
make an
science.
argument that would
Testing your
provide
knowledge of
evidence for
science.
a globe.
Testing
You're
your
yet
knowledge
to
of
do
science.
it.
Testing your
Everybody's
knowledge
watching
of
you
science.
crash out
Testing of
because you
knowledge of
want to
science.
be a part of the
Testing your knowledge
community,
of science.
but nobody wants to
Testing your
listen to
knowledge
you
of
speak.
science.
You
Testing your
literally
knowledge of
subject
science.
people that have
What's the
been
difference
banned
between
from every
voltage?
single
What's the difference
talkative
between voltage
lobby,
and current?
and
What's the
now you're
difference
over
between
here
voltage and
screaming
current?
into an echo chamber.
What is the difference between voltage and electric current? Go ahead.
what's the difference?
What does voltage and electric current have to do with the shape of the Earth? You have
Testing your
no
science.
idea how to
Testing your
defend your
scientific knowledge.
position.
Testing your
I'm
Hey,
scientific
can I
knowledge.
questioning
intermediate?
Testing
why
your
you think
Hi,
scientific
Earth.
knowledge.
hello,
Yeah, I
hello,
Testing
don't
your
know.
hello.
Stop
scientific
Sorry,
trying to
knowledge.
interject.
Testing
Okay,
sorry.
your
if the Globers are
scientific
going to
knowledge.
do the
Hi,
stupid thing, then I'll just peace
can
out.
both of you shut up? Can both of you shut up? Just like fucking, it's so easy to have a conversation. Just can we just be
Nobody
humans and
cares
everyone?
what you think, dude. You're an idiot. You're probably not a doctor.
Yeah, but anyway, so I was going to say, I'll let you guys speak. So if I can just have a little moment, thanks. Thank you very much for giving me that time. I appreciate it. Right. So if we go back in history and we think exploration, so I think of 1411, Bartholomew Diaz goes around Cape Town, right, South Africa. So by that point, they verified that they could get as far as the southernmost tip of South Africa. Okay, so in 1411, they still hadn't verified the the full extent of the southern hemisphere. Would you possibly agree that they was still unsure by 1411 that they, you know, you pass the equator for the first time, possibly, and then you get to the bottom of this continent, and then whatever happens after there. But you certainly haven't verified. You know, I'm just taking it from a historical point of view. I'm not talking about a shape. I'm just talking about what people were thinking at the time. So, can you do better than 1411? But also, I would want better, as in how they verified the surface area of the southern hemisphere. Because without doing that, and without verifying that your equator gets longer and longer every time you go south of the equator, you know, does that make sense? You know, at what point did we were like, oh no, we've done this, and this is it? Anybody? Rob? Well, Rob.
Well, we have flights in the southern hemisphere, which verify that the distance is the same as in above the equator. That's what they would say.
Hang on. Nobody mentioned about today. We mentioned 1411. I've got one person or a ship going to the south of Africa in 1411. You've got nothing else. You've got no South America. You've got no Australia. You've got jack shit. If you were to go back to the king and say, this is all I've got, the king ain't going to tell the people what you don't know or whatever like that. But sorry.
The Glober would probably say, well, they didn't have good technology then.
Yeah, but the point is that at what were people thinking before a given time? If we only had discovered such like Australia until the 1700s, then surely people's mindset would still be similar. For people to propose a ball when you haven't yet proven anything would make me yet believe that it would only be one half of a ball working in a similar way, but there's nothing on the other half. Or I'm just trying to get to a date that a glober, or both sides, it's just general, just to say this is when they truly, they truly had it. Surely the surface area would be easy to calculate. Thus you would expect that these people had done these things. So apologies, I don't want to talk about flights. I'm talking about Magellan, things like that. Even Magellan, I could prove that he didn't do what he did. So I'm just trying to get a year. What were people thinking? Surely they wouldn't be thinking a ball if nobody had verified the southern hemisphere yet,
But you wait a second. You could prove that Magellan did not do circumnavigation.
I could prove very
That wouldn't
easily.
prove anything. That would not prove anything.
Wait a second. I was talking to real M.
So I'm trying to get to that definitive point where it was confirmed. And Magellan didn't cross the Pacific. He went wrong. He went up the west coast of the Americas, round the Bering Strait, but he didn't go as far as the Bering Strait because the water level would have been different there. So naturally, he might have been closer to Hawaii. Then he comes round and then drops down, and he ends up in Guam. He didn't go across the Pacific. So if he hadn't said he went across the Pacific, would they? Look. We are where we are today.
He got to the Philippines. He had to have gone across the Pacific. He got to the Philippines.
Yeah, but I just told you that he went up to the Bering Straits, but not as far as that. Let's just say he went as high as Hawaii. Let's just say that. But I would say more higher than Hawaii. He might have not. Anyway, so let's say somewhere between Hawaii and the Bering Strait. And he just follows it round. Because you would have to stay near a continental plate, therefore, to know that you were near a continent. You do dead reckoning as best as you could. You wouldn't make any mistakes, and I can prove through his logs. Yeah, I promise you, not the pictures, because the pictures days are different to the actual logs, and I could prove because I mapped it out and everything like that. Their technique and everything that they did, even the islands they visited today are named the same, or do have a right. And he was in San Francisco, man. The Bay of Sharks or the things like that. And California, he was in California, where I think California have got like a Bay of Sharks or something like that, something to do with that. But anyway, the point is that none of the places that he stopped at were in these central places in the Pacific, making us think he crossed in a fairly straightish line. He didn't do that. He stayed near the continental shelf, and he followed all the way around, and he ended up coming down from the Bering Strait-ish down to
You've
Guam.
already said that. Yeah.
So
Where did he die? Where did he die? Do you know where he died?
he died on the way to the Moluccas Islands, Spice Islands.
Where?
So it's to do with their,
Where?
you know, the Spice Islands. The whole idea he was trying to get.
Why do you get so triggered
You're
by
wrong.
simple
He
things?
died in,
Booma,
he
why
died
do
in
you
the
get so
Philippines.
I can't
He
hear.
died
I'm
in the
sorry.
Philippines.
triggered by simple things? We're trying to have a normal conversation. You don't need to be triggered.
No, I'm not
I'm
triggered. I'm just stating. I asked where he died. He died in the Philippines. That's why they're called Ferdinands now, because of Ferdinand Magellan. So what you're saying here just doesn't make sense, dude. I think you've got something wrong. And I'm not triggered. I'm just pointing out actual facts. He died in the Philippines.
So I never mentioned once where he died. You mentioned that. So
You said the
I
Spice
don't know.
Islands.
No, I said no. I said he was on his way to the Spice Islands. So that's all I can remember. I don't understand how you say he died in the Philippines proves he passed the Pacific. No, I said to you, he went down and came to the Philippines, Guam, and all the places that he visited. He came from the above them. So you can get to the Philippines in more than one way. Just to clear that one up, mate.
Well, no, but see what happened. You were saying he went up to the Bering Strait, but what I thought was he left and his fleet actually abandoned him once he got round the South American, and then from there, I think he called the Pacific Ocean the Pacified Ocean because it was right nice. So he named that the Pacific Ocean. He got to the Philippines. Hang on, he got to the Philippines. And he got killed on the beach trying to invade the Philippines.
Fucking hell,
and that's pretty
mate.
much
Listen.
his voyage.
Right, no, but what? Everything you've just said is completely irrelevant. We're talking about Magellan crossing the Pacific. That's what we're talking about.
But he did. Yeah, he did. The Philippines is over the other side. That's over near Japan.
Oh, fucking hell, mate. Do you think everyone's fucking stupid? Seriously, please don't talk to me.
Actually, now you've got to be insulting. Yeah, I think you are, or I think you're just bullshitting, actually. So that's all right.
Yeah,
go on with your fucking waffle. I'm all ears, buddy.
What? Sorry, it's your tone. But anyway, so, but you're telling me, but he crossed it. Tell me, where are all the islands that he visited? Where are they on the map today? They disappeared, didn't they? You've got fuck all, and I can show you those islands exist on the west coast of the Americas. So
put it in the chat.
I can prove something, and you can't.
No, put it in the chat because I'd like to see that because I know you're bullshit. Look,
no.
Bullshit, and we know who's bullshitting here because Magellan's fleet did get back into Spain.
No, you called the shot. You called the shot. Therefore, you have to provide.
You said you know where he died. No, you're the one that's been talking about him. And I remember it at school, and he died on the beach of the Philippines. That's why nowadays it's called Ferdinand.
What's that got to do with the price of eggs in China? It's fuck.
Dude, he went around the world, okay? You're trying to say he didn't cross the Pacific Ocean. I say he did. Prove that he didn't. Now, show me your citation for that, because you reckon you've got proof. I'd like to see it, because I reckon he...
But what proof do you have to do... What proof do you have
Dude,
to make the claim that...
I didn't say I had proof, other than history books.
Therefore, you should
You're
say...
making a claim he didn't...
Therefore, you should say, I know, but I don't know for certain.
What should you tell me what I should say? Well, I said, where did he die? And you said the Spice Islands, I think, or something like that. Dude, he didn't go up near the Bering Strait. I've got a chart of his map up right now, and sorry, dude, I'm going to disengage. I'm full of fucking shit.
I told you.
Bullshit away, dude. I'm going.
I told you, no illustrations. The illustrations don't match. I did say that specifically. What did you run away?
I'm waiting for your proof. I'm waiting for your proof.
Okay. So the burden's on me to prove to you that. How about you go look at How about you go and look up the names of the islands that apparently are in the Mid-Pacific, and you will find them on Google Maps on the west coast of the Americas. Now, Tell me how come you can't find the Tiburon Islands and all that?
Because I'm not looking. I'm not looking. You said you've got proof, so can you post your proof? That's pretty straightforward, isn't it?
Okay,
Can
and
you do
then
that
what?
or not?
And then what would you? Why would you think I got it wrong if I could find those exact islands?
Because
Why
I
would you
would
think?
confirm it.
So
Because I'll confirm it. I'll check his journal against your map of islands and confirm it.
no,
So could you post your proof, please?
Yeah.
So could you post your proof, please?
Yeah, I'd have to go dig up all that stuff. To be honest with you.
Oh, you don't have it. Although you said you could prove it, you don't have the proof.
Yeah,
I knew this was.
I don't think you're worth the investment, personally, by the way that you spoke and treated me, to be honest with you.
Well, just because I challenged you probably means and you've got no proof. That's a very good way of getting out of something you don't have. And look, I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. You're lying and you know it. We both know you're lying. This is why I'm so amused by it.
Cool, man. Cool. I'm lying. That's cool. So if we go back a bit and talk about when, would we say that Magellan's journey was the pinnacle of everything? Like, if it hadn't been for him, we would have to wait till we did it. Would that make sense?
Can you clarify that question? Did what? What did... I just don't understand that question.
So, what year was it discovered that the world was smaller as you crossed the equator?
Smaller at the equator? What you mean, like the southern hemisphere, or what?
Oh no! Smaller than a flat Earth type of idea, because a flat Earth would just, the comparison, the circumferences get bigger as you cross the equator. So therefore, your first assumption would change because those distances would shrink as you cross the equator. So we would need some verification of someone that has crossed the equator to kind of give us a bit more extra miles. So therefore, if the journey from there to there is only 10, why don't we just do a 12 journey? And therefore, they're expecting us to say 12 happy days,
We don't have a speedo on our boat or an odometer.
Why don't you ask the guy that's pedaling on the back?
What the hell are you? Can you? I don't even understand the question. Is anyone understanding what's being asked?
No, it's Gishgallup. It's gone from Ferdinand Magellan to when did it get fatter over the equator, and it doesn't. It gets thinner, but you didn't know.
Do you think the AE map was the major source of navigational charting back in the days of Magellan? This is easily Googleable, and I don't even know, but I am quite certain the AE map is far newer than the original cartography done with early European navigators who kept record. And I believe other navigators did other things prior to that. And on top of that, we know that there were whole societies living south of the equator for centuries, millennia even, long before any of this other happened. I don't even understand how this question came out of somebody's head. But I understand that people are curious about things. I'm curious about shit too. But the AE map, I can just about guarantee, was not at the helm of most sailing vessels of mid-millennia exploration.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So the Piri-Reis map, I think it's called the Piri-Reis map, where someone's pieced together map, 1500s, 1600s, loads of greenery, all that bits and pieces.
Sure.
I think maybe some people might have gone by that belief, your 10%ers or whatever. So I'm just trying to formulate where the parties expanded and the everybody was in agreement. You know what I mean? Because I'm pretty sure wars were fought over things like this, whatever.
Well, over territory for sure, yeah. But
I
these
think
territories
also
are unknown at that. There's lots of maps that were drawn for the first time, not because people weren't there and couldn't draw maps, but that Europeans who were documenting things in languages we understand, who had previously just done mostly coastal navigation and terrestrial navigation, were starting to like build boats that they felt were strong enough to go up against the major oceans, which yes can be placid at times, but also can fucking kill you in a nanosecond. This type of navigation hasn't been available to mankind for more than I'm going to say 500 to 600 years, sure, and some short navigations at the North Pole area, like the North Arctic areas, where there's shorter distances but crazy temperatures to go up against. Like they happen. We have evidence that they happen, but those are very, very short distances compared to like say going from like Mexico to Japan or Australia to like I don't know, like the coast
India.
of South America or India. Yeah, like those types of like in Southern Ocean navigation. Like my God, that's a hell of a thing to do in a time when you don't even know if there's land to get to.
Yeah, exactly, and that's all I was starting off with, was kind of like whatever you did have. You know, even I think it was Eratosthenes or one of those guys that you know, they had a square map or a rectangle map or whatever like that. But still, the point was is that, you know, we go from the northern hemisphere. We pretty much generally kind of knew what was going on in the northern hemisphere, and then we crossed the bottom of Africa, and you know, from there we had to wait until the 1500s to get verification that there was a South America there, exactly as they predicted. So I think there would be a percentage of people that wouldn't be satisfied with just a prediction. You know, at least 1%. I mean, there must be something. There's always going to be that one person, isn't there?
Well, certainly, lots of people are going to question things. And back then, like in the times of Eratosthenes, who I believe was a Greek. Was he the Greek librarian that
Alexandria.
he told this in Alexandria? Okay, so in those times, they knew a little bit about the world around them, but they, like, individual people were not traveling very far away from the Mediterranean. Like the people they were associating with were around there. There was some trade being done with people in the east and even the far east. There were trade routes, I think, documented. There was certainly probably some interaction between like India, China, but like there were mountain ranges to cross, like things that are like really, really hard to do. Not very many people were getting there, and sailing out on the sea in the types of boats they could have built back then would have been extremely perilous. Like shipbuilding was not at the point that it was at even 500-600 years ago. We had far better techniques. And that's what was like that technology development and harnessing the wind in like really, really great ways, and being able to like build ships large enough to stock with people that could sail and run the boat and deal with all sorts of crazy situations. Like that is a skill that people still train for today. It is not nothing. And it requires not just being able to rig and handle the sails of a boat and handle the oceans, but also to navigate by whatever means necessary to go places. And some of these people were setting out to places that, although they were inhabited, they had no fucking clue whether they existed or not. They were just guessing. And in the time of Alexandria, like we're talking about going from like sending a guy out on foot in, like was it in North Africa? I think it was in North Africa that this was happening. Like modern day Egypt and Syria and stuff. I'm really not 100% sure. I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure it was North Africa where they were doing these long travel distances to check the angles on these sticks, which was also giving them like a measurement of the Earth's size. That was an important thing, to be sure, to like get a rough idea of how large Earth was. That would have given them an idea that the little bit of land they could see was probably not the limit of human, the extent of humans. And then we knew people had struck out lots of times before, right? But how much of that did they know individually? We know that now. I have no idea what Eratosthenes knew.
Yeah, brilliant. Perfect answer. I think that was a brilliant answer, mate. Just, you know, facts, figures, logic. It doesn't need any skepticism at all because that's it, you know. But sometimes you can have something have something catastrophic, and then it's uncovered many years later, and they figure it out, and they just carry on. You know what I mean? Technology, they're thinking that we got this far at such and such, but maybe there was a time before where they got a little bit further.
Well, we know they did. Yeah, that's known as well. We know that ancient civilizations had some technologies that were lost to other civilizations for centuries, and then found either rediscovered or were found again by digging up old libraries, for instance. And we know there was it the library at Alexandria that burnt down and they lost like all the stuff, or was that a different library? Like lots of human knowledge has been recorded and lost.
Library of Baghdad and the Library of Alexandria, I think, fell into the Mediterranean. I think we've lost a couple of big libraries.
Yeah, and that would have created gaps in knowledge because as people died that knew what was in those books, and people that had never read them, like how many books have you read in your local library? Have you covered them all? And think that's just like one library in your neighborhood, and how many other libraries there are? Like the advent of electronic storage of information and its availability is great, but it also leads to you can type anything you want on the internet, and who's vetting it? Who's checking it to see? Like any idiot can write whatever the fuck they want. We're having a conversation here where like I don't have at my fingertips facts and figures, so yeah, I can't bring them out, but I know about some of the things that have been done, and I've been on a sailing ship in modern times. I still would be like a little bit hesitant to head out on the sea. I've been on large ships at sea, and it's still pretty fucking rough. Like I tell you, like this is the endeavor of human navigation on like the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Southern Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and the Arctic Ocean. Like all of those are those are some brave ass people that went out on those boats. They had no fucking clue whether they were get anywhere, whether they'd ever see their families or friends again, whether they'd survive the trip for a week even. They had no idea what they were heading out into at that time. For them, that was their level of knowledge was not what we have today.
I think that if I was stuck and I wanted to explore, but I definitely didn't want to go in the fucking sea, get eaten or whatever. You know, it's the fact that anyway. You know, when I get to the next point and start thinking, oh, I better make some rivers, you know, some man-made rivers and stuff like that, so that I can carry my stuff other places and stuff. Trying to travel, like if you're trying to explore and stuff like that, I guess that's the extent of your exploration would be at the end of the water, you know, as far as you got up again, you know, things like that. You know, if you don't want to go near the sea, you've got no ships, but you can definitely make a suitable boat that can travel on water, you know, a bit like a canal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, yeah, for sure you can. And coastal navigation, like, certainly was a thing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, how much technology would you need to stay close to the shore? You know, you could start off and then, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's still like even like many of the coasts are the most perilous places because if a storm comes up, it'll dash your boat against the rocks. And in those times, like lighthouses and aids to navigation were few and far between. People were mostly doing coastal navigation for the purposes of like local fishing and like small trade routes. There were very few people that were engaged in like worldwide trade. And there were whole continents where people were living unaware of the existence of the others for millennia.
Yeah. I mean, right? Like if you're a certain distance away from the shore, you could guarantee where the high or low tide, that you'd be in a safe place to anchor. And as long as you anchored on the continental shelf, you'd be laughing.
Yeah, but there's also places where when you get out not so far, you're in deep ocean. Like you don't have enough rope to anchor. Like you're just dragging. Like you can drag an anchor to slow yourself down. That is a thing, and they also like use big bags and stuff like that. But Like when a big storm comes up, you basically trim down your sails as much as you can or take them down and just hope you fucking survive.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Nice conversation, man. You know, conversations are so nice to have if you can just have a conversation, if you know what I mean. So that's what's so nice about the anonymous and the whatever word of this, of the whole usage of Discord is that you can just have a conversation now and again, you know? Thank you.
Well,
Really enjoyed that.
With some people you can, and I'm trying to be a reasonable person, and I'm trying to think reasonably about what was going on in the minds of someone in those days, right? Like when we pull up like on a ferry that can take like hundreds of transport trucks at a time across like perilous sections of ocean, and you go and sail on those and see how much you get rocked around, how small you are compared to the ocean. I think that gives you like a little bit of a sense of just how brave these people were going out in ships that like really, you know, were tiny for the time. And I do enjoy the conversation. I enjoy thinking about what's going on for people in the past and in the future. In the future, our navigation will probably change yet again. It'll be interesting to see for those that live to see it.
See, like, just
the
a quick
people
one.
that are rowing from like America to England, like on a rowboat.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
that's
going to be
someone-
turning. I'm going to be turning off soon, so I'm just going to say something quickly. And that was, I forgot what I was going to say now. Sorry, I know I stopped you, mate. Apologies. Yes, Magellan possibly, and as well as Columbus, assuming Japan was the other side of the Americas, like by a very short, you know, not that far away. So thinking it was achievable, and this is what type of sort of depth of sea we're going to be dealing with and stuff like that. So I think for the fact that when he realized, apparently, you know, Japan wasn't there, you know, and they're like, well, you know, we're going into some better radio, you know, you couldn't exactly radio for help. So I think with the assumption of going into something, they were like, yeah, I think under those assumptions, they were really fucking lucky, you know, that they got across the Pacific how they meant to have done. All right. I've got 2 seconds, man, of your time. Also.
Okay.
Cool. Anyway, sorry. I'm going to be switching off in about 10 seconds. So should I say goodbye now?
All right. Have a great afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is that you're having.
Yeah, man, Mr. Trucker. I do like it. Cheers, mate.
All right. Have a good one.
See you.
Everybody said to navigate away. This place is quiet now.
Hey, Trucker, have you account for Coriolis when you drive north?
I suppose I might, but I strongly suspect that because I have like friction contact with the ground, hopefully, on at least 26 wheels plus, I would hope that the Coriolis force would be a very minimal disruption to my trip. But one thing that's interesting is I have to keep at the helm of my truck, or what we call the cab. My steering wheel is constantly in motion to battle against the undulations in the road and the wind. And my load right now is liquid, so it's jostling me around and stuff. So I would think the Coriolis force would be extremely small. And since I'm not a ballistic projectile, hopefully I never am in the truck, I think Coriolis would be a non-issue.
I'm sorry, I was just trolling you. Didn't thought you took it serious.
Well, I you know what, like I'm not going to deny that the Coriolis force is a thing. I think for terrestrial vehicles that are in contact with the ground, I don't know how the Coriolis force would
you can
be
absolutely 100% ignore it. Yeah.
Yeah, and powered aircraft are not unaffected by it, but like the corrections are like already being done.
In my opinion, also in aircraft, you can completely ignore it. Because, for example, think that you fly north with, let's say, 500 miles an hour, and you have 100 miles an hour strong wind from west or so.
Yeah, so you plot your course to account for that. You aim.
The nose of
plane.
The nose of the airplane will look slightly westwards.
Yeah.
To fly straight north. So
exactly.
And that's always done all the time.
Yeah, you just add the vectors together. It's like very simple vector math. It's like day 3 of like ground school for pilots.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very important for navigation, especially for small aircraft that fly at lower altitudes where like the winds aloft are like really strong and like a major factor. But they still affect like planes flying in the jet stream. But like small commercial aviation, like general aviation aircraft are not flying in the jet stream, and you know those big jets are not in those low winds until they're taking off or landing, which is
true. But you always may have side winds, and you are moving in the moving medium. So of course you have to angle your route.
Absolutely. And anyone who's driven like a truck, like driving a big truck, see an empty one with like a van, which is not what I usually do. I usually do open deck. I'm very glad to do that, but like strong side winds will, like you'll be driving with your steering wheel like jacked to one direction or the other to fight the wind. It's a tremendous force, right?
Even with a I don't know what it's called, like a 3.5 ton van or something like this, a bigger one.
Yeah, like we call them a cube van usually here. They're usually like or a cutaway van. But they call it a cube van. It's got a big cube on the back of like a van cab, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are
hard.
hard.
You drive with this over a bridge or so, you have to steer left if you got wind from the left, so you have to steer against it.
Absolutely, you do. Yeah, and they're some of the hardest vehicles to drive in a windstorm because they're very, very light. And they you can't put enough weight into them to counteract it. And there's a place in Newfoundland I've driven. Thankfully, I've driven it always open deck and never been stopped by it. But they have what they call the wreck house winds as you come down to the ferry dock, actually. And the winds are so strong there that there's little signs that come on with lights on them that say, like, all empty trucks must pull over and stop here until the wreck house winds have subsided.
Okay.
And it's I'm sure that exists in other places, but it's an area where you're driving on basically a peninsula where the open Atlantic is blowing at you. And if the winds are strong, you cannot safely drive an empty transport truck down the road. And they just have all these places to pull off and hope that you don't get tipped over.
What are you driving right now? I mean, what are you carrying?
Right now, I'm carrying soybean oil.
Okay, so you're driving a tanker, or?
I'm moving it in what they call an IBC tote for a farmer.
Oh, yeah, I know these.
So my boss is a farmer, and one of his friends who's a farmer needs this oil taken to market, and so I'm taking it to where they process it further.
What is the size of an IBC in the US at the moment?
Well, I don't know what it is in the US, but in Canada, it's a 1,000 liter tank.
Okay, so it's a cubic meter.
So it's a cubic meter, yeah.
Meter by meter by meter. Yeah, same here in Europe.
That's right. Yeah, and I believe the I in IBC is international. So I believe these are used around the world with a fairly standard sizing. But because we do so much trade with the Americans, there's lots of things we have that are for weird reasons in imperial. And we even produce lumber here that we produce all our lumber in imperial measure and ship it to the States, and then we buy our own lumber, of course, for our own building. So I was a constructor for a number of years, and I would do drawings. I had 2 sets of drawings. I had one in imperial for building structures, but then all the concrete drawings are in metric, and all of the walls and roof framing and all that stuff is in imperial because lumber is done in imperial, but concrete and rebar and steel is done in
super like fascinating that they could actually build this Saturn rocket, because if you look into the construction plans and the documentation, that's completely random mix of imperial and metric units, forwards, backwards. In one chapter they talk sometimes in inches, sometimes in centimeters. It's totally weird stuff.
It's weird in like surveying, we break down the foot into tenths instead of using inches. That's also kind of messy.
Okay, and here in I don't know if it's generally in in Europe or just here in Germany. In Germany, we don't use degree in surveying. We use gons, which are basically
you use guns?
400.
Use guns again?
What do you mean again? I don't think we have ever stopped using gons.
What do you mean
Because
guns like instead of degrees?
It's easier to calculate with 100 degree as an or 100 gons as a 90-degree angle.
Gotcha. So like every 100 degrees is 90. Every 100 guns is 90 degrees.
Yeah. So a full rotation is 400 gons.
How do you break down like so? Like, do you have like a smaller unit for like minutes and seconds?
I think so, but I'm not aware actually. I'm not a surveyor, but I just figured out that here in Germany we are not using degrees. That's more whatever. So I don't know. I can look it up, but
It's called pistols and 45s, minutes and seconds. Days are measured with rockets, missiles. So hours, guns, minutes, 45s, seconds is pistols, but days are missiles. Years are in ICBMs. Months are Moabs. Patriot missiles. Just messing with suits there, man.
and decimal second. So second, it seems so.
So flat Earth, brother. Yes, man. Gas pressure does not require a solid container. That's.
What I found kind of mind-boggling that some days ago someone said. So I get the point with the gas pressure, but someone said pressure gradients needs a container. I said, what? Why? Yeah, because it's so. Okay.
Yeah, pressure. No, nothing in these gas laws says solid. Nothing. Now, if you wish to run some experiments or stuff like that, these are some tests. Yeah, go ahead. But it's not a requirement, all right, to have solid containers for gas. So yeah, so whenever flat earthers launch that attack on you, just say it does not require solid container. Right? So that's the key.
I think the whole container thing is just misleading.
Yeah, I mean,
I just like to ask them how much air pressure is next to the container.
10 to the minus 17 torr. I mean, we could say, okay, border of the universe is a containment. Okay, let's move on.
But in their myopic thought process, when they say container, they are visualizing a solid. That's in the flat earth myopia. Flat earth myopia. Yeah, they thought they had something. with this
Rob,
stuff.
I just learned yesterday, and I think two days ago, I learned something. I just learned that 3 days ago, I was actually in a vacuum and I was breathing fine.
You were in a vacuum and you were breathing fine. What does this mean?
Yeah, yeah. I was walking for hours in a vacuum. I mean, actually, I was over weeks. I was over 2 weeks in a vacuum.
Oh wow! So and then when you woke up from this dream, I suppose.
So this is using the vacuum as just a term of lower pressure. So lower the
No, vacuum as rough vacuum. I was in a rough vacuum for 2 weeks.
Okay. So you were at a higher altitude or what?
Yes, I was in Bavaria, and there you have definitely less than 1 atmosphere. And
Right.
I was hiking up to 2.7 kilometers mountains. And I also thought rough vacuum starts at something like 1 psi or so, 100 millibar, I think. But that's not true. Actually, rough vacuum is everything that is a kind of an amount below normal pressure. So rough vacuum goes down to 100 millibar or 100 Pascal. I didn't know that, actually. And where I was hiking, there was only 10 psi. Could still breathe fine.
Yeah, so this is using the definition, this is pointing out that there's not a formal definition of a vacuum. There are very
Actually,
low.
there is an ISO standard that defines the areas where what is called a rough vacuum, what is called a medium vacuum. There's also a DIN standard, the DIN, which is a German European standard, but also ISO standards.
Where is it used?
Can we reach the point in the conversation where we acknowledge that the story that's been told there is intentionally counterintuitive?
I totally when we talk about the vacuum and we want to talk with the flat situation, we want to talk about space, right? But I was also arguing, no. Here on Earth, atmosphere is no vacuum. A vacuum is where kind of the atmosphere gets very low, like in space. There you have vacuum or something like this. But I was looking it up then after I think Zenik pointed me to that situation, and I was false. I was just wrong. There's this so-called rough vacuum before medium vacuum. And that rough vacuum is basically everything that is below normal pressure.
In what field do they use that terminology? Like, is it an aviation term or a astronomy term or what?
I don't know.
Oh, because knowing the context would probably help. I don't know.
So, let's see, ISO standards vacuum. The point is this. In common terminology, when we talk about a vacuum, we're talking about an area of very low pressure, not just, lower than 14 psi. And there are even a variety of different categorizations, although I do not think they're standardized. That's, that's new to me, that there's an actual ISO standard. Right, there's stuff like that. Is that the ISO standard?
Vacuum technology vocabulary.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Wait a second. 3529.
What does that mean? 3529 what? Are you
It's
purposely
an
leaving those
ISO.
sentences off?
So these
Hey?
ISO standards are all have numbers. So it's ISO 3529, and the standard is called Vacuum Technology Vocabulary, and it defines terms. And that's I think it's I totally agree if someone points me out and say, okay, you're using the word vacuum wrong. That's important because we also want to use the word charges for what it means and not for some ether funky magic. Words have meanings, and I think it's important to stick to it.
Yeah, but one word can have multiple meanings, though. So, like the way you're using that word vacuum for that specific subject area or for that specific whatever, it's only defined. Like that word vacuum is only defined in that way for that area, for that subject area.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that most people would use, most of the time, the term vacuum would not be used for the top of a hill. I mean, that's just, you can argue that is, a use of it with the standards, and I don't really have a problem with that. I mean, I've been enough of these discussions where I know that as soon as you say air pressure next to a vacuum, the person who's using that phrase to try to make it sound like, this is some impossible thing, will jig back and forth between an ideal vacuum and a area of very low pressure. They'll, swerve and dodge, in an attempt to make it sound absurd. And it's intentionally confusing on the part of the flat earther who is trying to make a case that the globe model says something that simply just cannot be true. That we have.
I agree with you, Omni, except for like these very low versus like very high pressure things. These are all like relative terms. So like you can have a system where the pressure is 10 times the like atmospheric pressure at sea level for Earth, but if it's next to a system that's 100 pounds more atmospheric pressure than sea level, then the 10 pounds scenario is going to be a vacuum compared to that 100 pounds. So it's just like it's all like it's very low compared to something else, or just low compared to something else.
I totally, that's one thing that I wanted to add. Omni, I totally agree with you, and that was kind of an over exaggeration. Of course, at the top of the mountain, you don't have vacuum because for that location, this is normal pressure. So you wouldn't call that vacuum, also not by the standard. That would still be called normal pressure. But if you use a vacuumer at the top of a mountain, in the vacuumer, there will be a vacuum, or there is created a vacuum by the fan, which means an area of lower pressure that is lower than the surrounding atmospheric pressure. So the top border of this rough vacuum is not set specifically, like it's not a discrete value. It always means like the surrounding atmospheric pressure, that is where it's not a vacuum. And once you lower it artificially below atmospheric pressure, then you are in a rough vacuum. Down to 100 Pascal, and below 100 Pascal, you are in a medium vacuum, and so on. But then you're talking absolute.
What context is that presented in? Is it like mountain climbers, or is it engineers or pilots? Because that's not a common term.
Typically engineers. It's engineers, so vacuum technology. That's why I said a mountaintop is not called a vacuum, because for the location it's atmospheric pressure.
Right, but I'm a mechanic, so my side is an engineering point of view. And vacuum, although we call them vacuum gauges where we balance the carburetors on an engine, what it actually is in real scientific terms is lack of pressure. because it's up to atmospheric, and it doesn't draw in. Its atmospheric pressure pushes the charge in. So in engineering terms, although we use the term vacuum and we measure it, it's vacuum below atmospheric. We just don't write that on the gauges. We write inches of mercury vacuum or kilopascals, minus kilopascals. So although it's called vacuum, it's lack of pressure, I think is what. So I just didn't quite understand your terminology. But okay, whatever. If pilots use it, it's probably, or meteorologists, weathermen might use it.
I'm not sure that meteorologists they use the term vacuum. I don't think so.
I don't find this incredibly useful. I mean, I agree that we can discuss it that way. I just am not sure that there is a lot of utility in doing this. People talk about space as a vacuum. I think that is clear communication. People talk about vacuum chambers as creating a vacuum. I think that is clear communication. And people, and then flat earthers try to talk about high pressure next to a vacuum, which is a mischaracterization of what happens or what the model claims. And but what the actual model presents is going from surface pressure to much lower pressure, which can be qualified as a kind of vacuum. And I think that's also a clear usage of the term. So those are, I would say that vacuum is a pretty imprecise term, and I would definitely agree with that. If you're trying for clear communication, though, it will work in some of those circumstances.
But you can make it precise. You can make it precise and say, for example, and use the terms medium vacuum or high vacuum for specific areas.
When and where, though? When and where? Can you give us an example?
Oh, you could, for example, say, okay, in airplanes can fly until the pressure reaches medium vacuum or something like this. Or
so
the ISS is in an area of high vacuum.
You should look at what I just posted. So me and another couple of people went through and tried to find definitions for different levels of vacuum. And you will see there rough vacuum, medium vacuum, high vacuum in that thing that was put together. Now, what we discovered was that the table at the bottom is not universally agreed on by all sources. So if, I don't know if those agree with the standard or not.
No, I don't think so, because there's 1.33. And then it's talking about Pascal. I think this is not according to the standard.
That's fine.
The numbers are even or are round numbers at the Torr scale, which is often more used in vacuum technology, but it's not the SI unit.
Well, we've got PA and Torr there, but I believe that you would agree that there are standards other than ISO, and we are not required to use an ISO standard. It's simply good for clear communication.
Yeah, but then you can, you can also specify this, like high vacuum by the following definition or so.
Sure.
And by the way, I had some hard time to try to understand the chart. Maybe one improvement: you should change the order of the table on the right side to be according to the atmospheric scale on the left side.
Well, maybe
because it's completely vice versa. So at the top in the table you have 0 elevation, and on the scale on this graph you have at the bottom 0 elevation.
Yeah, that's fine. But it does, what it does is it makes the point where in the atmosphere you'll see different kinds of vacuums, and there are some links underneath the table there that you can look at if you want to go to where where that information came from. And I think the idea that somebody in good faith trying to figure this out might have a problem is a valid concern. But more importantly is the case where somebody who is who is trying to deny gravitational effects or the existence of gravity or whatever, will not be able to engage with this, even if they understand it in good faith. So, I
That's
think
a good point. Yeah,
gets the job done.
it
This
throws
morning,
in an inaccurate term, doesn't it? It just sort of it creates murkiness, I guess. There on the is what you're saying, which is true. I agree.
Yeah, well, what will happen is, you'll try to do the switcheroo from a vacuum to an ideal vacuum. And then you'll say, oh, but don't you say the vacuum of space? And isn't that an ideal vacuum? Or they'll go 10 to the negative 17th torr, which is, interstellar space. I mean, there's lots of different rhetorical games that you can run into when trying to discuss this. But if you're actually trying to have a real discussion about how, atmospheric pressure works, it is entirely clear that you can go from surface pressure to pressure that is considered a vacuum, that is legitimately considered a vacuum, and you will encounter no physical object. You can get balloons into that area even. So,
isn't it an amazing difference once you go into water? Once you go into water, like you go down 12, 15 feet with a mask on, you can feel it pushing against your face. So 15 feet into water, you feel it 15 feet in the air, you don't feel anything, do you? So water pressure is amazing. And down the bottom, like Mariana's Trench, that kills us as that little fucking submersible discovered a couple of years back. But we don't get the opposite effect out here. Vacuum doesn't blow something apart like, what was that thing called? The submersible they got killed in? That would have been split-second pressure death, crushed into nothing the size of a coin. You probably wouldn't even feel it. You'd be looking 1 minute, then you'd be dead the next. And yet, if you go up, a spaceship never blows outward in the vacuum of space, being atmospheric. It's kind of an interesting paradox, isn't it? How powerful water pressure is at relatively low distances compared to space and its massive distances.
Where did you get that table with what is a rough vacuum, what is a medium vacuum?
Talking to Omni or?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question?
This table, that 1 torr to what was it? 10 to the minus torr, 10 to the minus 3 torr is rough vacuum. Where did you get that information?
It looks like Vacro, information sources, Vacro Aero Training, high and ultra high, or Provac. What is a vacuum? I mean, there's, one thing we discovered was that there were different, ratings for these, but they seem to, we seem to agree that there's different grades of vacuum, and that wasn't.
Well, a good one would be atmospheric is 14.5 psi. On Mount Everest, I think it's about 6 or 7. So it's about half as much, which is why people are very puffed and you need to take oxygen because you can't get enough oxygen past the death zone. So, and we also have those runners, the ones that live in Ethiopia, I think, which is a plateau. And when they come down to sea level, they're effectively turbocharged. So they benefit from what you might call as a comparative vacuum as opposed to a rough vacuum because they're pressurized when they come down to sea level. Yes, they're turbocharged, I guess. And that's just from altitudes. Like you don't need to get up in a plane to do that. In fact, you die in an airliner, don't you, at 30,000?
definition using the Tor scale, typically used when talking about pumps or something like this. And then there is the SI scale. So the ISO scale, which is a formal scale using SI-based scales and is more globally consistent. And the Tor scale that you used is more used in pump engineering.
Is water superconducted, superfluid, liquid helium?
Water is typically considered H2O, not helium.
No, it's considered helium.
Oh, okay.
What's helium do when you superconduct it? It drips straight down through the container, straight down and drops on the ground. Why is that, Omni?
I don't know.
Well, that's what you need to figure out. You don't need to figure out why Chicken Newton fell from a tree because he's retarded. Figure out why there's helium at the top of every one of your soda bottles. Xanac and Chase and all the other dudes, they said the lightest gas is always at the top. So in every one of your containers that has a little space there, got to be helium in there, right?
I don't think so.
Well, you stop. You don't think much. It's okay. We got a class
Mark, do
for
you
kids
know why
like you.
helium is called helium?
We have a class for kids like you. It's called Think Some.
Do you
Think
know
other
why
stuff than
helium
what
is
you
called
think.
helium?
Yeah, liquid helium drips down through the beaker and drops. Why is that? Why is that water drip through the container
Why
like
is helium
condensation?
called helium? Do you know that?
Why are
It's an
you?
interesting story, by the way.
Why are you not understanding that liquid helium condensated out of the container and down to the ground? And then in your soda bottle or your water bottle, at the very top, there's a space right there. What's in that? What's that gas?
Typically,
What's that gas?
mostly
What's the gas in the top of every container?
Mostly
That's free
nitrogen.
space.
CO2.
How do you prove it?
Yes, you can prove that. You can measure it or analyze it.
You can measure what? Electricity?
No, the
No.
gas
What are you
that is at the
measuring?
top of the soda can, because when it's filled with carbureted
What the fuck
liquids,
is that?
and they
What's
gas
carbureted
out a
liquid?
lot of CO2 at the top, and then
You
it
got a
flows.
carburetor in
So
the liquid?
all the oxygen and the nitrogen at the moment when you close the lid is mostly replaced by the CO2 that is coming from the bubbles in
What the hell is
in the
CO2?
liquid.
What's CO2? What's it look like?
It's carbon dioxide.
What's it look like?
It doesn't look like anything because
How
it's
can you prove it
colorless.
then? Then how can you prove that's it?
Because you can split it up, and then you get oxygen and carbon, for example.
What do they look like compared to each other?
Particularly dark, and carbon is also invisible. Otherwise,
Invisible.
no, the other way around. Carbon is dark, and oxygen is invisible.
So you breathe out dark carbon?
You breathe out carbon dioxide, which is a new
Prove it. How
molecule,
do you prove
and
that?
different
Without just
molecules
saying
have
it.
different properties. So
What's that mean?
oxygen
Properties.
has
What's a
one
property?
property, carbon has a different property, and carbon dioxide, which
What's
is
a
a molecule
property?
made out of these two materials, has
How do you have
completely
different
different
properties?
properties again.
How can you be different if you're all electrons and protons? How can you be different? There's different electrons and protons?
Yeah,
That's
you're
weird.
different than me, but we both typically should have 2 arms, 2 legs. We're way more similar
I
than
can
2
see you and I
molecules.
can see me. I can draw a picture of me and you. What's helium and carbon dioxide and oxygen? Can we line them all up and differentiate them? How are they? How do we know which one?
There are different tests. You can do spectroscopy analysis and things like that.
So not messing with any gases, but not figuring out a gas. Just like there's different tests you can see to make up there's a globe without a globe. Yeah, we get you. Can you do any tests on knowing what helium is, though?
By the way, helium is called helium because of spectroscopy. They measured
What are
the
you spectroscopating?
spectroscopy, or they used spectroscopy to measure the corona of the sun, and
What
they
do you use it
detected a
on?
band gap in that corona of
How
the
are you
sun,
doing that?
which was not known to any known material
How
on
are you
Earth.
spectroscopy?
I'm gonna let him finish. Go ahead.
So they measured the spectrum of the corona of the sun during an eclipse, and they found a gap in that spectrum which did not fit to any observed or any known material on Earth. That's why they call these band gap or these gap in the spectrum helium, because helios is the Greek word for sun. So that was the sun particle or the sun material. That's what it's called. And I think 30 years later or so, helium was then discovered on Earth. And then they knew, okay, that's this gas that we got from oil reservoirs or so. And they could then prove that it's the same spectrum. And then they know, oh, okay, sun is made mostly of helium because that is the most prominent gap in the spectrum of the sun.
Great. Okay.
Where's all the oil that it came from? You just said it was
Underground.
a byproduct of oil. Where's all the
No,
oil
it's not a
in space?
byproduct of oil. It's a decay of oil.
Okay,
So
where's the oil in
if you
space?
have materials underground
Where
for
is
a
the
very
oil
long,
in
long, long,
space?
long, 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 long time,
We're talking about the
these
sun, you fucking
materials
retard.
decay
You fucking
into smaller
retard.
materials.
You fucking
And
retard. Where's
one
the
of those is
oil in
helium.
space?
Calm down, Demo.
There's no oil in space.
Then stop fucking saying there's helium in space,
I'm
retard.
telling you to calm down.
Well, don't have fucking
Wrong answer.
It would be nice to actually have once a normal back and forth with you, Demo.
Well, Demok, people don't generally call you names like that. And I promise you, it's not because of your insightful, dialogue.
Did you mute him or?
Yes.
Okay.
I can unmute him if you want.
Oh, no. I don't have high hopes, so.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'll I mean, if the right answer would be either saying nothing or yeah, I can call him, I can dial it down a bit. But saying I'm entitled to call people those names is not the right answer. Turns out, no.
But I found it an interesting fact with the helium that this was discovered first in the sun.
Well,
and
helios
then-
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was simultaneously basically discovered by two different scientists that used the same eclipse to do some spectroscopy and some bandwidth analysis. And so they confirmed each other's discovery that there is an unknown material there.
Yep.
I have to go as well. All right, Omni. See you later, or hear
All
you
right.
later.
All right. Take care.
They're trying to throw me out and call me a glober. Would you
Who is doing that?
all of them? Because they can't handle having honesty inside the camp.
Hold on, I got to switch to my headset. So hang on a second. I got because I got to go do something. I'll be on. I'll be back in a moment. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. All right. No, Rocky. Hang on. Hey.
Dem, are you still listening?
So I think they're calling you I think I know why they're calling you a Glover. I believe I can follow that.
Yeah, do I qualify?
I don't know if you actually qualify or not. I guess
Well, let's think about it. I'm done thinking. How about you?
So the question would be, what do they mean by Glover, and how willing are they to
stand behind their claim? Stand behind their claim. I don't care what their claim. I don't care what their claim. They're not standing behind it.
Oh, that is the correct answer.
Fucking none of them. And that's very depressing, very upsetting to me.
Well, I'm generally, as one might expect, willing to let people self-identify.
Well, would you consider yourself a Glober?
Yeah, I guess I would.
I just am sure that anything that qualifies anyone as a Glober I don't fit in that category, no matter what. You'd be pretty hard pressed to find me an adequate globe proponent.
You have met Bev, right?
Say it again.
I said you have met Bev.
Yeah, why do you
He claims to be a Glover.
Whatever. Bev is nothing. Hey, speaking of nothing, here's Marty.
Anyway,
Even the Bevites are after me. I see Jerry Facili talking shit about me in chats.
well, does he ever say anything that we're not talking shit? I mean,
yeah, he's funny. He's fun. But the people have just become accusers or trolls and tacticians at best. Not no factoid value. Just tactoid value. Is tactoid and factoid? Is that?
I think it
don't
works.
think that's good English, but it sounds good.
I think you've communicated it clearly.
Man, they got dedicated channels to me trying to make me into a Jew and a shill and whatever they're afraid of. They're just making video after video, and now they're cutting up what I say to make me look like a Glober. And it's pretty weird.
Remember this. For the most part, people in that sector, whatever you want term you want to use, you want to call it, do not handle honest criticism very well. So if you agree with everything they say submissively, you're one of the club. If you think some of what they're saying is stupid, which, depending on where you stand, it'll be some percentage from 0 to 100. If it's higher than 0, then you've got a problem with them.
Well, I just came by to say hi because it was just you.
Absolutely. Yep. I'm glad to see you here, and I'm glad you did. So if you want to come by again, let me know.
Yeah, you, Shoebill, Jesse Path of Light, not quite B-Ball because he spazzes, but some people have just never bothered to raise their voice or get angry ever, and deserve some credit. I think you guys are religious. The people that don't get excited, I think you guys are the real Christians, and that you have security, and you're not using Discord for security.
I am sure otherwise, but I actually agree with you.
All right, good.
Okay. Well,
so I posted I posted a big long argument I had.
Oh, I'll take a look. I'm not at my computer right now. I don't have my phone.
And I'll post the dedicated channel they have to me. Fucking making up shit.
That's not Earth Awakens, right?
Jeremy went after me, called me a liar, said I never asked them for their help. How dare I talk about observations and experiments without ever asking for their help? Is the story.
I will admit that at one point I thought quite a lot of Jeremy, and I don't know if he changed or I changed or something changed, but
Flat Earth changed. There's no integrity in it. So how do you stand on thin ice like that? What do? You gotta lay on thin ice. You gotta lay low. You gotta lay flat. You can't have an opinion and shit, So that's what they kept doing. As soon as this emerged that there was challenges, they just kept backing up the truck. Oh, we're not a flat Earth server. We never said that. It could be this. I mean, it's just intense. The verbiage to try and stay clear of the storm. And it's not, verbiage isn't going to do it. They're caught in the storm.
I agree.
And I'll give you another post. Fucking Riggs and that server just attracting the shit show. Actually, you're lucky because all the shitheads are there. To be honest, it could help clean you up.
Yeah, Riggs is weird. The first day, Riggs, they were trying to talk about you last night, Dan. And I just told them, I said, if you want to know anything about Dan, he's just a guy in Hollywood in some kind of fucking apartment thing. That's about what I know. And they thought that was funny. But anyway, I was like, okay. So hold on. Riggs, the Riggs dude, right? He's always been weird, two-faced, a two-faced, dirty motherfucker. And I've always known it. He's a conniving little bitch, and he acts like he's fucking smarter or better than people. And so the first day he went to Geo's, I said, Geo, you better watch out, because he was coming in there and he was like, every time he goes somewhere, he ruins the whole fucking server. He tries to take their server. And I
He
told
is a
Gio
server
that.
killer. He is a server killer for
The
sure.
first day, I said Riggs is going to kill your server and he's going to take your people to a server. He's going to try to take your fucking people. How long did it take him? A year? Now look what he did. He's got Geo's server basically duplicated as Riggs' server.
Yeah, I first met Riggs in 2018 on a now dead server. It was the Ice Wall, right? And I got to listen to Riggs talk to an underage girl for about an hour. And it was about, some science stuff. But I've heard that motherfucker try to groom young women multiple times. And he'll tell you himself that, yeah, he was really good when the online dating thing was really blowing up. And he missed a lot of opportunities to find a baby mama. And I don't think he wants a baby mama. He just wants someone to fuck. And as far as I'm concerned, he's been a slice of shit since I've met him. And I've never liked him. And he's a server killer.
At first, everyone seems okay. He seemed okay, like a regular, regular dude, whatever.
No. The way I heard him talk to a young girl,
Yeah,
I didn't
hear
like
that
him.
part.
And I told the lady,
Yeah.
there's multiple Riggses, right? There's the Australian Riggs, and then there's Riggs, right? What other
Oh, yeah,
Riggs are there?
100%. I'm talking about the chunky one. Yeah, that's got a server. Yeah.
Yeah, and so obviously we're not talking about the Australian Riggs. There's another Riggs.
Nope.
I got confused. I go, how many Riggs are there in this community, right?
Yeah, that was another thing. I was like, why you come in and make your name Riggs when there's already like 5 Riggs, and I already knew Riggs. I knew Drop a Gear Riggs that like other on Xbox that aren't any Riggses on here, and it's like, what the fuck? Why so many people Riggs?
So then I'm over there in whatever. He sends me a server invite yesterday, right? And I joined the server. He goes, oh, no Marty questions. And that's where over at the MMM, I'm banned from there, from that cunt Pocky, because, we don't like you asking people questions. Well, you know what Demon Stride liked? Me asking people questions, because you're vetting them. And why would you not want someone vetted? So you don't have to hear that they're underage or know that they're underage. You can just assume it and never have to find out. And you can just fuck around.
Yeah.
And that's what Riggs does. He's a slice of fucking shit. Dan, you met him in real life? Tell us what you think of Riggs, Dan.
I'm still fighting to try and have a friendship with a man who's hurt and closed off. And he drove all the way here from Texas to make sure I was real, and then left. Didn't stay.
Well, that's after he wouldn't look at your tire as you were driving by, right? He wouldn't even help you out enough to fucking look at your tire, right?
His big thing is investigations, so
The problem is accusations and assertions aren't anything but
exactly.
troll. They're not.
Sorry for cutting you off, Dan. You want to talk about accusations? I'll show you this.
No, because I'm listening to you talk about little girls that you bring around, and you go specifically to do so, and you're the one that wants to fuck them. So
really? Because that's what Riggs said to me. He goes, "Oh, what?
I don't.
You're gonna leave the server?"
And your questions are highly inappropriate. I don't think they're appropriate anywhere.
Yeah, I said it to you because it's just true. Like, you're always hanging out with little girls. That's why I said that.
So Dan, what does Riggs say to me? Oh, you're gonna leave because it's your underage girlfriend's bedtime? And what did I do? What did I do? I laughed at you, right, Riggs?
You what?
I laughed at you?
I don't know.
I laughed at that too.
I laughed. That's all that mattered.
Riggs, when was the last time you spoke to an underage girl online about the shape of Earth?
I don't talk to underage girls.
Oh, well, I have a memory stick from dating back from late 2018 of you.
So, Marty, you're taking the role of accuser. You're taking the role of accuser.
Shut the fuck up, Dan.
And so is the server now.
Project, Riggs.
So is the server now.
And DM me something about
guilty.
Underage girls?
You're both guilty of grandstanding under that term. That you can sit there as an accuser like you're on some sort of throne
I didn't
or
accuse
fucking
anyone.
policy position. Are you in
Riggs
position
accused
really
me.
to discuss policy, Marty? Are you?
All right. Well, I was just being mean because you sent me
Yo,
like
Riggs.
something about the N word.
Back in your server, big dog. Come on, bro.
Electric, you're cancer.
Come on, man. You're canceled. Just let me in.
Okay. Cool. Cancel me. Cancel me in reverse, bro. Go for it. Yeah, dude,
Come on, man.
fucking
It's not a
Marty,
big deal,
you just
bro.
been calling me the N word constantly in the DM, bro. So like, yeah, I'm gonna talk a little shit about you, dude. So
Yeah, I'll do it to your face, Riggs.
okay. Yeah, just call me the N word. Go
Come
for
to
it, man.
Phoenix and see if I'm real.
Right.
I was just dunking all over these
I'm gonna
Globers and
DM
Gem
you my
Pandas, dude.
Google Street Maps link right now. You can
Look,
see
dude, all
me
I
through
know
the
is that
the
like
street
you're
view.
fucking talking to little
You can
girls all
see
the time.
me in
It's
the
weird and
front
creepy.
door flipping you off.
Bring them around and shit.
Yeah,
And
Riggs
so I
doesn't want
talk
me
shit about it.
dunking on his regulars. I dunk all over your regular patrons.
Okay. Yes. Yes, you do.
Well, if you don't want me to dunk on them, I won't, dude. Like I can just,
Okay.
be
Sounds
quiet if
good.
you like. All right, so
So I must admit,
so
you
let
all
me
suck.
in,
You
bro.
all
Come on.
suck. I mean, except for Omnivore. I'm looking at the list here. I don't know Gatebreaker.
All
You
right.
guys,
Well, I'm sorry,
like,
everybody, but
in
fuck you,
general,
Marty.
that this little fake community sucks so hard. It's so sad and it's so empty. And Riggs left. Whatever he thinks he's going to do can't bear any fruit. This is just collecting idiots to grandstand, and now we're like watching idiots. So it's just like fucking Everett Anderson. Like everything is just like him. It's like, let's find people to laugh at.
I just don't like people that steal other people's channels and shit and just feel like they gotta like start their own shit when all they gotta do is not be a fucking retard on the other one.
Well, he's been thrown out of everywhere. Riggs deserves his own channel for sure.
Right, but he's not right. His own. Like he could have started his own and not went to everyone else's and gathered all the people for a fucking year.
Well, it's only the people that aren't comfortable elsewhere that are going to come to him, to be honest.
Only the people. Listen, all the people that get kicked out of places, there's something weird. Some of them deserve it, but some of them are kicked out for a different fucking reason. And the whole point to make a server is for the people who actually want the freedom of fucking speech to actually say certain shit and not to have sissy motherfuckers say, oh, well, you talked about death, or you talked about this, or you talked about this. Everything is discussable on the fucking table. Because without that, you're not going to ever be able to discuss anything on the table. So all these rooms are all fucking sanctioned, situated rooms where this gets muted out of this one, this gets muted out of this one, this gets muted out of this one. Then you have a pile of fucking rooms with all the people who didn't belong on the internet saying any of that shit, and then the ones who belong saying all of that shit. And this is what happens. Freedom of speech is fucked. Freedom of thought is fucked. Pussies and fear run the world, not truth and intelligence.
Bev, if you're listening, you're going to have to explain this. He says, will you be the next to do a Jesse Kozlowski, or will you keep the FES game going a little longer? What is FES? Does anyone know?
I don't know, but why you don't read Bev's things? Because all Bev knows is one word: horizontal.
Level. I told Jared you were around. He was here 2 days ago. Jared Wilkie.
Oh yeah, how's he been?
Sober. But
yeah,
expect to see him in the next days or weeks.
I remember the other Jared and Elaine or whatever. What was her name?
Lisa.
Lisa, that's right. I'm sorry, Lisa. Yeah, Jared and Lisa, are they still together? Or?
No, that was just that moment in time.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, I thought that shit. I mean, they seemed like they were, I mean,
They were, but he had priorities with the law and his kid, and he had priorities in his own state.
oh, okay. That would hinder. Yeah, yeah. I see that. Yeah. Kids and stuff like that, man. That's just trouble that you can't really, you got to pay this, you got to do this, you got to take care of this. That's one priority you have to do. And then the other person, they want a little bit of your time, but you got to do this one. You have to, no matter what. So yeah, I see.
His name here is Just Give Me 5 Minutes, Please. That's his name. That's his YouTube channel too.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It's been
That's
a
his
while. He
name.
popped in one day for a second and was like talking or whatever, but then yeah.
Did you talk to him?
I think so. I think I said, hey,
Oh, he didn't mention it. I was trying to explain to him like who else might be around to talk to, and I couldn't think of anyone. From
Sin
back in the day.
cleanser, me, you, sin cleanser. Fucking, where's that Brian? That Brian dude ain't around nowhere. The Sandy, fucking whatever her name is, Sandy Franklin, Candy Franklin.
Yeah, that's funny.
Remember the Brian Varville or whatever? Remember he was.
Oh yeah, Brian Verville. I kind of forgot about him. You're right.
He was the first one that showed me how to do the YouTube thing, man. He's like, "Oh, this is what you got to do right here," and he helped me set up my YouTube channel. I was like, "All right, cool." But then I also realized he was like, he reminded me of Demon Stride a lot. Now that you think about it, he reminded me of Demon Stride an awful lot.
Did I tell you I found it?
He was the scammer. He kind of like I think he did like gambling and he scammed people sometimes. Like it was, a known thing that he like scammed some people.
I really forgot about him.
I mean, he wasn't a
remember his
bad
face even.
blonde hair dude, glasses, like Ned
And
Flanders
I'm
kind of.
looking.
Kind
I'm
of Ned
looking now.
Flanders and hold on, between Ned Flanders and what's his name? Demon Strike.
Do you remember Skyfly, Brian?
Yeah, I remember that little fucker. Yeah, he's a flat earther, glober. He reminds me of Dawn. That dude always reminded me of Dawn. He's a good dude.
Brian Verville took all his content down.
Why?
I don't know, but I'm looking at his YouTube. There's nothing.
That's fucking stupid. He should have never did that. See what I mean? Everybody's always got some quirky shit going on, man. It's like fucking just be yourself. Stop trying to be. Listen, if you're a grifter for fucking money, be yourself as a grifter for the fucking money. Let them know, hey, I'm broke. I'm using this to pay my bills. When you let them know, what can they say about you? What can they say behind your back? Oh, he's broke. He's using it to pay his bills. You already told everybody. You took the power. Tell people what the fuck. Just tell them.
Hey Dan, how you doing, buddy? It's been a while. It's Beer Man.
Hi.
Hey, I like that name. My mind's absurdity. That is
Yeah,
a
my
great
mind
name.
is absurd as you cannot even I can't even explain my mind. My mind's fucking absurd.
I also like Alive in the Super Unknown. The super unknown. Not just the unknown.
No, mine's just absurd.
Well, I was just telling these boys how the secret is water is helium.
Is the hydrogen?
No, helium. There is no hydrogen. That was a lie. There is no hydrogen anywhere. There's no such thing as hydrogen. There's no such thing as any gas. There's only a transition from water to water, from water to steam, from water to electricity. Every form of water is everything you call those gases. Correct? Due to temperature. Temperature and voltage. The voltage will separate and the temperature will separate accordingly. Yes, that's that good cereal, boy. Golden grams, baby.
D-Mark,
You
what
gotta
does
keep it
mainstream say about
separated.
what you just said?
Do what?
What does mainstream say about what you just said? What is the issue there with the
Mainstream
mainstreams?
says they have a lot of gases. They say they have 100% gas called hydrogen. They say they have helium, argon, like carbon dioxide, all these different gases that are separated and all just their self. There's no such thing. So the mainstream, right, will also tell you in the same sentence that everything comes from one thing. But then in the next book, they tell you, oh no, this isn't that, this isn't that, this is separated from that, and this gas is its own thing. Well, how is that the case when they tell you in the same book that it's all from protium? Protium, the first whatever imaginary something, space time, Big Bang, then hydrogen, then helium, then a sun, right?
It,
So
it sounds from it
they're
sounds really
telling you the
cool.
same.
Yeah,
They're telling you the same thing, brother. They're
yeah.
telling you water.
I
Yeah,
don't know much about it, so that's why I asked you. What does mainstream say about it? Because
mainstream
I don't
says
know about the
hydrogen.
topic, so I want to hear your perspective.
Mainstream says hydrogen becomes helium and then turns into a sun after it's ignited. So hydrogen, very flammable, not ignited, turns into helium instead of igniting, right? So now it turns into helium, and helium's inert, but the helium ignites. So the mainstream story is utterly retarded.
And people that are against this, what you are saying, is there anyone here that can back like can oppose to this? Where there's
Well,
the
everyone's going to oppose what I say, but when you put the so-called magic invisible nothing helium in a container and you superconduct it, you get a super hot or super cold beyond, certain room temperatures and stuff like that. You just keep going. It changes states. And they say the same thing happens under the ocean with the water. Once all the pressure and all the weight and all the cold and all that all combine, it all reacts together. They say something crazy happens with the liquid underneath. So it's a different liquid underneath on the bottom of the ocean than the liquid on the top, right? But the
this
thing
is
is, all it
fascinating.
is a conduction process. Everything goes through that process, right? From one thing to the next. So if you say, hey, I want helium, all you got to do is burn something. Then the offset gas to offset burning anything is going to be something that rises and it's clear. It's going to rise up and it's clear.
I would love to hear you discuss this with someone that has the opposed position, just to hear the opposite position. Because it sounds fascinating. I would love to hear you have the discussion with someone
Helium,
that has
helium turns from a gas into a liquid in front of your face, and then it drips out of the container down and holds on to the bottom just like water. Just like water does on the bottom of like a thing until it drops down. It'll magnetically secure itself right there. Static, hydro, electric, magnetic.
Have you had the discussion with anyone that's disagreeing with what you are saying?
I tried to talk to the one dude from the Geneva Convention thing, Switzerland. What's his name, dude? But as soon as I asked him a question, it was me, him, and Cole. He came in here and he's like, "Oh, I'll answer your question. I'll talk with you, Demark." And I asked him one question, and he's like, "Huh?" He's like, "Can you? I don't." And I asked him another one. I said, "Okay, what about this?" And Cole started laughing, and then he left the fucking room. He wouldn't answer my
Yes.
question.
Yeah, it sounds like he didn't really know how to have that discussion. Like, for instance, myself, I would be honest, I got no idea what you're talking about, but I would love to hear your side of what you're discussing, the opposition side, and then look into it. It sounds fascinating.
It's the same thing as when they tell you that you're breathing in air, right? Now I understand you're pulling in this thing we call air. It's going into your body and it's exiting your body. That's the key here. It's going in and everything that goes in goes out. Okay? They're going to tell you a magic story that this has changed. The stuff you pulled in has changed now to something magically different. It's not really the case. You can say it's changed, but all you're really telling the truth on is the action or reaction happened with this thing. So the air comes in, you compress, decompress, push it right back out. It's still the same fucking air. You decompress and compress it. Now they call it carbon dioxide. right?
That's that's we apparently we breathe
So
in
you
oxygen
exerted.
and we press out or we breathe
Yes.
out the carbon
So
dioxide. Yeah.
so you pulled you pulled some of the electrical continuity out of that. You pulled some of the potential out of that and pushed it out at a different rate of potential. So when it came in, it had so much potential, and when went out, it had so much of a reading of a charge and electrical output. That's what they're calling oxygen versus carbon dioxide
Are
or
they
carbon
saying it's
monoxide.
electrical? Are they saying it's electrical?
Has to be. That's what the atomic number is.
Fuck, I need to learn this shit. It's so
Yeah. So
fascinating.
anyway, so listen. So what you're doing is actually getting the kinetic energy in exchange. Just like a carpet, just like a balloon rubbing your hair. There's an exchange there, my friend. So the fish underwater, when you put air in any water, the air releases out of the water directly faster than gravity's rate or at the same rate, right? Almost the speed of light in a way. So it just instantaneously. But they're telling you that there's air in water and the fish are breathing it out of there. I'm not buying that. I'm saying that the air is water. The water is air because they're all energy. That's why they're the same thing.
Isn't it
And
just
with
maybe the way? Sorry, I was
no,
gonna say, isn't it maybe the way our organisms work? Like, for instance, I got lungs. I can breathe now in the air. Oh, jeez, let me put this off.
and
Sorry,
you
my bad.
don't need to pull it, but you don't need an air bubble in your blood. All you need is
No, no.
the
So,
energy. Yeah.
so at the moment in this atmospheric condition, I can breathe in the air. If I go higher up, I struggle to breathe in the air, but I can still somewhat breathe. I have to really suck it in to get stuff in. When I'm in water, um, technically you could possibly breathe in, but yeah, you got to filter out the water or something to be able to breathe it in. So the air's always there, but it's the way we get it in. At this atmospheric pressure, we can breathe in
Conversion.
that air.
The conversion rate, yes. At 3 foot off the ground, it's 100 volts. At 6 foot, it's 200 volts. At 7 foot, 8 foot, 10 foot, 20 foot, 30 foot, 70 foot, every 3 feet or every meter, it's like 100 volt increase, right? That's voltage. Voltage increase, I think amperage decrease, regardless. So the fish, when you bring them out of the water, you brought them from that uh, uh, insulated area, right? It's insulated from the voltage. It's not as many. So you bring them out of that water, they're squeezed, they're like in that, the way it is to them, how it acts to their body, how it supports them. And you pull them out of that. Now you take the support away. Now their body's not going to act the same. You throw them in shock. You put them in high voltage. You bring them out of the fucking water up in the air, and they're like, it's shock. It's the same way as us getting too much energy or not enough. It's the same thing. It's throwing it into shock. Like you shock a plant through temperature. You can shock the fish the same way by bringing it out of the water. You can shock us by putting us in water, and we can't. We're not
I
getting the
get that,
We're
but
not
breathing
getting the
in the water
electrical.
would be an issue.
We're not getting the electrical continuity.
But
We're made for the upper voltage amount of energy input. The fish are made for the surrounded. Squeeze them. They do the water. We do the
I
air.
don't know, man.
Listen, hold on. Fish are compressing the water to get the electrical continuity. We're compressing the air. They both are doing the same thing, but at different amounts. You see? Like a whale
I
has to be
so
in
much
water or else a
the way
whale.
they get that oxygen in. They still need
It's
oxygen.
not only about that. It has to support their body the way it supports their body. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother? The density of the water, the water squeezes around them just like a whale. If you take a whale, regardless of putting him in shock of fucking him having to breathe the air and blow it out his hole and all that, if you take a whale and bring it out of the deep water, it will die.
Yeah, but he's still gonna get oxygen in the air, but he can't. I don't really understand how the gills or whatever works
Because
with a whale or a fish.
because the gills and the fish's body is working against the rate of the water compressing it back Out, in, out, in. Like you do one involuntary. You can control one portion of your breathing, but the other you can't.
Yeah, so I breathe in, for instance. Now I can breathe in and I blow out. The fish, doesn't it breathe in the air through the gills? The gills, doesn't that?
No, there's no air.
Oh,
There is no air.
I don't know how it
They're
works.
they're
That's why I'm asking the
surrounded by
question.
water. It's real simple. The fish are in water. They are
Correct.
pumping water, decompressing and compressing water, and getting the electricity. Humans are decompressing and compressing air and getting the electricity. We're both working off electricity, but we're getting it different ways, the different amounts. Humans need this amount this way, this voltage in air, a thinner amount. Fish need surrounding more. What you see?
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying now.
More
I think
compression.
I get.
Fish need
Yeah.
more compression to get more exertion of like a different amount of their amplitude, amplified potential. It's like a
If I'm
vacuum
asked,
versus a mouse versus a mosquito. The amount of energy you need for each thing, brother.
if I'm asked, where did you get that information from? Is it something that
Me,
you show
me,
from
me.
you?
Yes. I just look at a fish tank and I don't see the fish ever breathing air out of water. It's always water.
Okay, I get you. So, have you done anything to maybe put it into? Oh yeah, you've really done it into plain English, but to test it.
I've studied how the hell can you prove there's air in our blood, and there's no way humanly known possible to prove there's an air bubble or air in your blood. The only thing you can prove is in your blood is electricity.
Oh man,
And
I
also,
fucking love what you're saying because I
also,
somewhat agree with what you're saying, but I'm
well,
just
listen,
struggling to understand
here,
it.
this
Just to
will
be
help
honest,
you.
I'm struggling to understand. I'm fucking
This will
probably
help.
mainstream
This will
mind
help
fuck.
you. This will help you. Have you ever seen the machine when a guy passes out in front of people or he falls out in the street and the ambulance pulls up and they grab that little thing called a defibrillator and they go clear and they put the two pieces of cheese on them and they go doo-doo.
Yeah, to shock the heart, to get the heart
Yeah, what are
pumping
they
again.
shocking you for? Is that are they pumping you full of water or air?
I would say it's an electrical shock to get the heart
Electricity.
pulse rate
It's
pumping again.
it's bringing you back to life.
It's to get the heart rate to pump again on that
Electricity.
rhythmic. Yeah, electricity. Yeah.
Electricity. So you don't say. So electricity can start a human up and get them going like Frankenstein. Thank you. Case closed. I agree.
Great. I'm glad you guys came to that conclusion.
That is
Beerman, can I
totally
talk
not
to you
right
for a
at
sec?
all. But
You
that was
can
fucking
just give
hilarious.
me 1 second. I don't know. We watch something that someone sent me something. Give me like I think I need about 20 seconds. Sorry, Dan. Yeah, give me a moment here. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Okay, Dan, go ahead. My bad.
Dem, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is kind of different. We're always talking about what we perceive or what we understand or what's real, but we don't touch much on the whether it's the atomic level or imaginary level, the operational frequencies of things. And when we start talking about dimensions and things that are interdimensional, of course, we mean they operate at a different frequency. So, for instance, our recognition of such, the reason why we don't talk to ants, or let's imagine Beerman just talking to a real dumb fucker, a dumb person, They can't come up to speed because you're truly operating at a different frequency. Imagine a propeller or a fan. And as it travels at certain frequencies, it becomes invisible to your eye. Now, it doesn't make it invisible, but your operational frequency, your eye and it, are not associated to the point of visibility any longer because of the frequency. I mean, in other words, how many times that blade appears is not available to your eyes. So isn't that interesting? Things we think are interdimensional are just faster than us, maybe. You know what I mean? Like we just can't see the speed that it moves at. Therefore, we don't understand a genius because he thinks too fast and he mumbles shit 3 sentences further than he's explaining. You know, because they can't say it as fast as they can visualize it. So they always sound like they're mumbling stuff, you know, because
I get
they
you in that
can't.
sense. For instance, like a cat and a dog, they see different colors than us, so their reality is different. When you throw a blue ball or a green ball or a pink ball to a dog, and the one is more attracted to the other, I can't understand it. I'm saying that
No,
just
this is
for me.
different. This is
Oh,
different because
okay.
both the dog and cat can see the ball.
They can see the ball, but they can't see the color. So that that wavelength that comes to their eyes, as far as I understand, biologically, the animal cannot see the same colors that we see. But then again, I think a dove sees more colors than us, or there's some
Right, but
animals
getting
that
involved in colors won't help right now because we're trying to determine whether or not something exists. So you're stepping a bit
So
further than we need to, because I'm talking about something you know is there, like a spinning propeller blade. Yet, as it gets to certain speeds, it becomes invisible. Then at a higher speed, it reappears and appears to be going slower.
the other way. I get that. So
Yeah.
that's my point. So you saying something that doesn't exist. So for instance, let's say there's an animal that sees more colors than we do. We say that doesn't exist. But that for that animal, it does exist.
Yeah, I'm just trying to deal with objects now. I think if you go to colors, I'm going to give up on you because I
No. So
can't afford
you
to be in
went
these
to the whole thing that doesn't
conversations
exist.
where
So I'm
people
just saying that the
immediately
animal may be able to
jump
see
away
that
from what I'm talking
propeller
about because I'm
spin
talking
at
about
the rate that you want to
operational
see.
frequencies. Yes,
Correct.
colors
Yeah.
may be
So
part of that. Yes.
we perceive it circling, and then it looks like it's actually spinning in the opposite direction, but possibly the animal or a different creature or some biological thing sees it still spinning at the rate that it should be going faster, and they only see it at a certain frequency where it starts looking like it's spinning back. I think we see what 24 frames per second. I
But
could be wrong.
most of the time, you don't see anything. It's only when a pattern emerges that you'll see that slow roll in one direction or another. In fact, you don't see shit. You know, once it goes quick. So imagine the same thing with an interdimensional being, a ghost, or talking to a dummy. I mean, you literally can't slow down enough to get it in the circuit range of his thought pattern. You know what I mean?
Oh, geez,
yes,
like
to digest.
Yeah,
They're
like a
slower in digesting. A slower person would be slower in digesting, and you're going forward, just like me saying, "Don't jump into colors yet," because we're still digesting whether or not something's there.
I think I get you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like a schizophrenic. I don't think they're mad. I do believe they're seeing shit that we don't see in this reality. I just don't believe my brain currently is wired for that. I think it will be eventually. But like a schizophrenic, I think they're seeing things that we don't see, but I do believe that is reality. There's no reason for it not to be reality.
So this would be an explanation. Operational frequency would be an explanation. We're just not intersecting with it because it travels in a faster cycle. Up and down, up and down, up and down, or whatever.
But I do believe they can slow that down to an extent that they understand it. For instance, schizophrenic. I'm just using that as an example. Call it psychosis or whatever you want to call these damn things. I do believe that there's an ability that these people can slow things down in their mind to understand what's actually happening.
Right, but the moments you're giving them, the moments you're giving them are like the moments we see the propeller slowly moving when you know it's not moving slowly.
Correct,
So
but they would
the
understand.
moments you're giving them are a bit gracious because it's an illusion of sanity because they said something sane. You know, they're not in the space. They're not available. They're not available.
Yeah.
And just because you can't see the propeller doesn't mean it won't chop your hand off when you go to test it.
Correct. I think that's a bigger understanding from what it's actually doing, but I do. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying to get to the understanding of what you're trying to explain here. So, for instance, they would say that this is still spinning, even though it looks like it's doing whatever, it's spinning in the opposite direction. They can see it's still spinning in the same direction for whatever damn reason they are seeing it that way.
It at all. See, I'm
Their
talking
whole
about at
reality
all. At
changes
all.
compared to ours. Their whole reality changes compared to ours. And that's why they may appear weird, but they are seeing way more than what we are seeing or interpreting. Not really seeing. We're all seeing the same thing, but they're interpreting it different. And then they get labels like schizophrenic, maniac, fucking bipolar, whatever you want to call it.
How did you come up with that conclusion about those particular like psychiatric conditions?
Because of what is considered normal, I guess. I could be wrong, man. I'm trying to understand it myself. I'm asking the question. So that was my question. It sounded more like an attack. What you were asking?
I'm not attacking. I just like I've known people with schizophrenia. I've known people with other psychiatric conditions, including bipolar. These things and I have my own psychiatric issues that are not those, like nothing that you've mentioned. But lots of people have all sorts of different things going on in their brains. The brain's a complicated organ, obviously, or maybe not so obviously, but like you're sort of suggesting that someone who's dealing with something we interpret as some sort of psychiatric issue, whether it be a full psychosis or some other thing, where they hallucinate things without being under the influence of like a hallucinogenic drug, for instance. Like you're suggesting that they're maybe like operating in different dimensions, and I'm like, I don't know how we would test that, but like I'm wondering how you've come across that. And also hear the other gentleman, I think it was Dan talking, who was talking about like the limitations of human like optics interacting with like photons bouncing off of like moving objects are harder to see if they're moving at a fast enough speed. But like we paint different colors on propeller blades to make sure they're visible by having a good contrast and not painting them a color that blends in with the background really easily, so that you don't accidentally chop your arm off by backing into a propeller. Because we know this is a possibility. Like I don't even understand how those two things go together, other than the fact that like electromagnetic waves are operate at a frequency and things spin at a frequency. I'm having trouble getting where you guys are going with this conversation.
Okay, I can explain it. Frequency on a dial like a radio is a location, but in real life, frequency means how often. So how often we intersect, you and I, or you with a radio frequency. Imagine the sine wave, the hertz going up and down. If we travel at different frequencies, different up and downs, we're only going to infrequently intersect. And I mean, be like, whoa, dude, did you see something? And I'm like, fuck, I thought. So it's not whether or not there was something there, it's how often it was there. And that brief intersection must happen a lot more in nature than we imagine. The brevity of us intersecting with something, let's just say, moving really fucking fast.
Well, we are bathed in photons all the time, both visible light spectrum and non-visible light spectrum, and we remember. Yeah, we know that.
I extended it to understanding why a simpler person couldn't understand a more complicated thinker, because literally the speed he's thinking is too much for that person to assess and digest before he moves on.
You're making an analogy.
Hold on, Trucker. Sorry, Trucker. I just want you to have your moment with Dan, and then I will get to my explanation after you have your moment with Dan, if you don't mind, because I would like to answer you.
I'm trying to get the conversation. I want to understand what it is you're suggesting is happening.
Well, I was clarifying it, and I was trying to get him away from colors to about something, whether or not it's there, and how often, and how, let's say, going back to a Demott conversation, I'd be like, well, dude, you could see it. And he's like, well, no, I can't. It's spinning. And it's like, you could hear it. And he's like, I don't know what that is. In other words, he'd be right until his arm got chopped off. In other words,
That's
he'd be
cool.
like, I don't see it. I only hear it. Unless I touch it, I don't know if it's real.
That's cool.
I understand his logic, but he will lose an arm.
That's cool. I just want you, Dan, to have your moment with Tucker because he had a question. Tucker, please remember your question because I want you to ask it again.
That's fine.
Then I will want to answer my perspective because I'm totally different from Dan's
All
side.
right. Well, I
of
was
the way
bringing
he's
something
answering.
that you keep sidetracking what I'm bringing forth by
No,
adding
I'm letting
animals
you have your
and,
moment.
and colors and animals. So
I never
can't
mentioned
be
one
in a
color now. I just said, dude, have
can't
your
be in
moment.
a
That's all I did.
conversation if you're going to continually take it elsewhere.
Did I mention, Tucker, did I mention anything about colors now? I merely said, Dan, have his moment to answer your question, and then I'm going to have my moment. That's all I asked for.
Okay, well, announce it over and over again. In the meantime, I think he had a valid question that we're just talking about the things that we're overlooking, the variety of things we're overlooking with the term frequency. It supposedly holds everything together, and it's the only thing that makes anything in common. So what I'm saying is that you and I don't talk much. We intersect infrequently. But you exist, you know what I mean, when I'm not intersecting with you. So that's interesting.
Yeah, like object permanence suggested that like living entities are permanent for their lifespan at least, right?
But I mean, I could just pretend you don't exist. I could say you're not real until I physically meet you. I could, we could be real stubborn about what's real. But mostly what we think is what's real and what we share is what's physical. When you see a car wreck, the inertia, and all that stuff is pretty fucking real as far as we know. So what we share is what we perceive to be real. And there's definitely stuff outside of the frequency range of human perception, like infrared, ultraviolet, and ESP and other things.
Yeah, and you're using terms that are like they're not unfamiliar words to me, but you're using them in an unfamiliar way, and that's where my question is coming from. But I don't want to stop the other gentleman from asking his question or getting his clarification on what you're suggesting. Because I think he was just asking to do that first, but I don't want to stop that from happening.
I'm done. I just put forth something I thought intertwined what Democ was saying about challenging what is versus our ability to either recognize or test what is, and what we know about things that we can't see that we know are there, or the illusion that they portray at different frequencies. They portray different illusions to us in directions and speeds. So that should be a big clue for us.
It certainly could be. I guess like my understanding of waves is that they have amplitude and wavelength. So like the distance between nodes is the wavelength. The going along the line they travel, and the distance between them in their in how tall they are in the wave, like from the neutral line where there is no wave. That's the amplitude, and then the frequency is how often the wave comes by. But the wavelength itself, the amplitude is the power of it, how strong the wave is. The wavelength is the type of energy that it is coming through. The type of electromagnetic wave that it is based on that wavelength, but the frequency is how often it is coming along. And so the way you're using frequency seems like it might be like overlapping with some other concepts of frequency that we use, like the frequency of like that angular rotation of a fan blade or a propeller, whether it be on a motorboat or an airplane was, I think, the main observation. Like, because when they spin at a certain speed, the way they interact with light and the way the human eye perceives them, they can disappear because they're quite thin, they're moving so fast, and if they're not painted contrasting colors, that help you see them, they can really blend into the background at an airfield. And people have lost limbs due to them being going and not noticing it for whatever reason, not being cautious enough around the spinning propellers. But there's other ways to determine that they're there, because you could spray like a mist of something with a dye in it or something that makes it really easy to see, and you'd see the prop wash would like pull it in, and you'd see that dye like get blown out behind it, for instance. Like that would give you a really good clue that something's happening there. Or you could even just blow some bubbles, like kids' bubbles, and you'd see them get sucked into the prop. Like I think there's ways to determine something's happening without sticking your hand in and having it like, you know, removed from your body. Like I don't think amputation is the only option for doing a valid test. But I do get that some people are so concerned with interacting with something directly that they think that might be the only way to accomplish it. And I'd really like to just get a little bit of a sense more of it. Like when you talk about a frequency, how are you using the word frequency? Because it seems like it's a little bit different than the way it's used with like waves.
Doesn't seem like Dan's answering you, dude. I can't even remember your first question, but like I DM'd you, I loved your question. Your question was amazing. Oh, Dan's back. Okay, Dan, answer him.
You back? Oh, did he just get disconnected for a second? Okay. No, hopefully Dan, I don't know if he heard everything I said. I'd like to.
No, I heard. I heard everything. I'm trying to draw it on a whiteboard for you. What I'm trying to.
No, okay. Well, I'm driving, so I can't really look at a whiteboard. But if you're like drawing out a wave and labeling it, I mean, that's probably helpful to make sure we're on the same page.
Right. So I just drew like a basic sine wave pattern that has peaks and valleys that are separated by lines we call hertz. You know.
Well, the hertz is the frequency.
Exactly.
It's how often a wave passes by, right? That's your frequency. The way I understand waves.
Right.
And
the thing is, we're used to looking at, let's say, on that green screen or a flatline heart rate monitor screen, a flat screen. And Beerman, we're used to looking at everything, of course, sadly, in a two-dimensional world, you know, or at best a three-dimensional world, but we barely understand what that means. So the way I've drawn the sine wave is the way we're used to looking at it. But imagine that you had a different, I wish I could draw this sideways, but I have to draw it vertically. Imagine this pattern.
I can't see what you're drawing. It seems like I need to be some sort of paid member or something to see what you're drawing.
Oh, you got the whiteboard up there? No, usually you can just click the whiteboard thing. Usually.
I'm clicking the whiteboard thing and then it's.
I see it. Can you still hear me? Or do we lose the sound?
Yeah, I hear you guys.
Yeah, okay. I thought maybe we lost the sound when we opened the whiteboard app. Yeah,
right,
so
you
drawing,
see this crude tornado pattern I drew?
Yeah, you're drawing like a tapered helix, yeah.
All right, so if this was sideways, I'm going to draw it crudely again. It would be like this. It would diminish like a galaxy to a whatever black hole or stupid shit, and then widen out again in an even pattern. But I want you to look at the top sine wave on the left, and ooh, I just blanked out. My screen just blanked. Fuck. There we go. Look at this. Look at it as we're used to seeing it flat, but then imagine we're only seeing it from the side in our 2 or 3 dimensional world, but it's actually the circuit is round, but we're only seeing it from the side where it looks like it's going up and down. It's actually got a different circuit and a more complex circuit in a more complex vision of the depth of it that we're not seeing on a flat screen. Even though we were measuring it, we were only measuring the peak and valley, not the actual path of, call it the, I don't even know what to call it, the source. You know, the
Well,
path.
like the source of the wave that we're looking at, like
It's just my suggestion is that we're used to looking at things flat and on the side, you know, but in fact, we're only seeing the point we intersect with. So we're only seeing it from the edge.
So when have you looked at polarization of electromagnetic waves?
I think it appears, but I don't know anything about it.
Okay, so because like these waves move like in a they don't actually move in just two dimensions, but they move in a way where you could draw a slit and they would pass through a slit. But a polarizer basically will give you like a filter that allows for slits to only be oriented in one direction. And so there's a lot of experimentations been done with especially with optics and with the visible light spectrum, but it works with other waves as well if you have the right type of filter. But if you use a polarizer, you can make sure all the wavelengths
you
come
could
through
render
in one
something
direction.
invisible. You're right. You could render something invisible that's totally there. You're right.
Yeah,
That's
well, yeah,
interesting.
we know the electromagnetic waves are there because we can detect them through all sorts of different ways, and we use them all the time. Like our conversation right now is absolutely dependent upon electromagnetic waves. So like that, we certainly wouldn't be talking to each other right now without that. But that being said, we also know that the wave can be like at any angle whatsoever in like a 360 degree rotation. And so the I certainly get what you're saying is that like we draw them for the sake of ease of understanding as sort of on a flat piece of paper, or like in your case a whiteboard on a screen, whatever, what have you. No matter which way we do it, we tend to orient them so they're going up and down, right? And they're on a flat piece of paper, but we realized we could rotate that paper in any plane at any angle along an axis, and that would give us a look at what you're talking about. And polarizers are used specifically to filter out all but one orientation of the wave.
But do you see how I've given depth to something that we're used to only seeing the edge as a wave marker? It may have a different path than it does have a different path than the up and down we're showing. Of the sign.
Yeah, no, that's right. And photons are, they move in. We think of them as moving in a linear path, but when they interact with different types of matter, if they allow photons to pass through them at some rate, they have to do other things to get through them. It changes their interaction to some degree. Like it's like optics and light and electromagnetic waves are like a tremendously well researched field, but they're super interesting. There's a lot of cool stuff going on, and it does get extremely complex to the point where I think there's a lot of things we haven't quite figured out about electromagnetism and electromagnetic waves themselves and photons. I find them extremely interesting. And I was trying to determine whether you were making an analogy or whether you're like using words differently than I am, or like understanding waves differently than I am.
I definitely don't have any formal education, so I'm making an observation in the language I understand.
That's fair, and we have to meet each other where we are in that regard. And I am a professional truck driver, and my training is pretty meager, but I have some in optics and the basic physics of optics and electromagnetic waves, and I've read some on my own about it.
Do you know or have you ever had double slit pi?
Sorry, double slit pi?
Yeah, double slit pi is an exercise.
Like the double slit experiment is.
It's mixed with a pie in the face. Yeah.
This is still not your original question, Trucker. Trucker, you had a totally different question, and I can't believe how it's been deviated.
Well, a lot of things. This was part of my question. I also had the question for you about like how you determined certain things about these psychiatric illnesses, or like what we call illnesses, or some sort of like malfunction of the brain compared to a neurotypical person. There was a crossover of language being used in this conversation to do
I
with
believe so, yes.
frequencies and possibly about wave functions and wave behavior. I think those things are all part of the conversations that are being had. But I also think there was I don't know how you square these things together. Other than I do think that people with all different psychiatric states still live in a universe where waves do what waves do. I'm definitely flummoxed as to some of the rest of the conversation, but that doesn't mean it can't be sorted out or clarified.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying that it seemed like the conversation went completely deviating to frequencies and things like that. But yeah,
Well, yeah.
yeah.
Well, I feel like there's also like there's a lexicographic issue here in terms of like people use words slightly differently to mean different things, even though like in this case frequency can mean the same thing, but frequency is a little different when it's used in a wave, because like that's how many times like the note of the wave comes towards like say a person or a sensor or something that's detecting the wave. That frequency is very much analogous to like how many times a propeller blade rotates per minute, say. Like that's also a frequency. But then also Dan was also talking about like how many times we would meet, whether digitally or whether we never have met in person that I'm aware of. But should we meet, like say I get sent on a run and I go to whatever town Dan lives in and I make a delivery and he meets me and we have a cup of coffee, that would be like one time. And then if it happens again 3 years later, like the frequency of our meeting at that point would be once every 3 years. Every time the Earth orbits around the sun 3 times, we meet up and have a cup of coffee. But like that type of frequency, again, it can be sort of analogous. Like if the wave is moving very slowly, that node where that if the node at the top of the wave is that point where we meet and it's moving that slowly, that could be analogous. But
if Tamak wants to make me prove, what if Tamak wants to make me prove you exist, but I only see you every 3 years? And if I can't get him to coffee at that point to match that frequency, he'll never believe me that you exist the other 900 days of the year.
Yes, and Denmark has some very strange standards of evidence for what he does and doesn't believe. And he also asks he scatterguns a lot of requests for things and doesn't wait for answers. And so while I find them an amusing person to interact with, it's really difficult to have a conversation with them. But when I came in here at first, he was having a pretty reasonable civil discourse for him. But he also wasn't being challenged on things like the oxygenation of blood, for instance, which is something we know is true. And there are ways to tell without just looking at a puddle of blood. You can do things to find out if there's oxygen dissolved in it. You can also determine that oxygen is dissolved in water, and that fish can extract that oxygen and breathe it underwater, whereas like mammals, like cetaceans were mentioned, a whale, for instance, can't do that. They have to breathe like gaseous air up at the surface, but they can hold their breath for a long time and work with that oxygen for a long time without going back for more. And they're very well adapted to that. But I don't think whales like swim at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, right? Like there's limitations on them that are different than they are on other creatures. Like very few creatures live down there. The pressure is tremendous.
Yeah.
So I think there was a lot going on there. But that somehow led directly into this conversation about frequencies.
Yeah, I believe you hopped in when DMOC and I were having a discussion. We were having pretty much a civil discussion. DMOC and I have had horrible discussions.
That may be a miracle. You may be the one person that is eligible for sainthood, having accomplished an absolute miracle.
No, so it's just that, dude. I didn't know what he's talking about, and I was interested to hear what he has to say. and I couldn't challenge him. So, dude, fucking tell me what you know. And
But you could
then
challenge him. You
I
just
could not
decided to
challenge. How
cheer
am
him
I
on.
supposed to challenge
You
him if I
decided
don't
to
know what he's
cheer him
talking about?
on instead of challenging him. You just see Trucker gave basic challenges. You know what embolisms are. You know that there can be air in a
I got
bloodstream.
no idea.
You know exactly what happens with the bends. I mean,
I got
this
no
is
idea.
ridiculous. Okay, so
Not
when
everybody.
you're
Not everybody
ignorant,
has that
you're going to
information.
cheer on someone making false assertions. That's why
No, I did
That's why I
not cheer
changed
him
it to
on
a
at all.
conversation
I
where
never
we could
cheered him
talk
on
about
at
the
all.
difference between what
Merely I
people
said,
think
dude, I love
and
what
what
you
you
have
could
to say.
prove.
And fuck, dude, it sounds very interesting. And dude, thank you for sharing this information. I can look up. There's no reason for me to challenge anyone that I've got no knowledge about. So share what you have. Let me do the research and then find out more about it. That's all that DMOC and myself had. There was
Right,
no
but the
reason for
research
me to
is
have
done
a
in one sentence.
discourse
Trucker
with
said it in
DMOC.
one sentence. Are you hearing me? He said once
I am
challenged.
hearing you, but the whole time
Once
you're talking over
challenged.
me, so I can struggle
Once
to hear you what you're saying.
challenged. Right? So get a little research in before cheering on someone who's ignorant, because you're just adding to ignorance.
Never cheered
Well,
him on at
I'm not
all.
sure that that's a fair
Merely said
characterization, but
Tucker. Merely said to Tucker that I think the reason why DMOC and myself didn't have an argument is because I didn't really know the topic that he's sharing, and I could just listen, and that's why we
Okay,
never
but
had
it's
an argument.
basic knowledge. It's basic knowledge. Everything he was talking about is
Cool, basic knowledge. So
chemistry. Basic chemistry.
write me a Python script of how to give me the square root of 4, and it will print it to a tkinter GUI. Basic knowledge. Write me the
Just
script.
imagining how a fish
It's
gets
basic
oxygen.
knowledge. It's actually basic knowledge.
Imagining
And write me
how
that
a
script.
fish gets oxygen from the water would have you look into its gills, right? Just like how a plant gets energy from the sun. You'd have to look at the process, not ignore
You're
it.
just argumentative. Tucker, dude,
No,
I
I'm
appreciate
telling you
what
to
you
get
had to say
real.
about between myself
I'm
and
telling
DMOC.
you
I
to get
believe
real.
that DMOC and myself had a decent conversation.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
you're
appreciate that,
cheering,
Tucker.
you're cheering that on. That you both don't
100%.
know.
I will cheer
that
DMOC and myself
anyone who
on for having a
cares-
decent discussion.
Anyone who cares could know these things. That's why Trucker mentioned it. He's like, yeah, when
100%.
challenged,
He appreciated us not
when
fighting
challenged,
about shit like you are
do
doing
you
now.
hear the actual thing? Like, when challenged, you're actually in the conversation. When cheering on someone's ignorance, you're just not really helping.
Bro,
100%
we gotta
disagree.
get past this gate we're all stuck behind. Listen, we gotta move past flat Earth and start questioning other things besides the FE curriculum because it's just not doing it.
We weren't
This got nothing to do with flat Earth, buddy. This is about a civil discussion between DMOC and myself. And DMOC, I
you
do
enjoy
know
that. You
DMOC is.
fucking enjoy
Dude,
that.
look at Dan fucking interrupting. So DMOC is typically known for being quite disruptive in the
Flat Earth
discussion.
is holding us all back. We don't need to
DMOC
talk about each
myself
other.
had quite a civil discussion between ourselves. He shared some information. I never challenged him, never gave him shit, never told him he's wrong, nothing, because I knew nothing about what he was sharing. And I think Tucker appreciated that. Yeah, I just never gave him shit about what he is sharing. And I was just, thank you. Cool. I'll look into it. I believe that's what it is. Tucker, you can agree or disagree with what I'm saying. I think that's what you were trying to share.
We gotta move past this. This isn't gonna do it.
What are you talking about? All glory.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Yeah, you and I had quite a boring discussion because you and I didn't fight. So I appreciate you for that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying we had a good discussion, but what's all glory? What does he mean? Move? What's the word this mean? Like, that's an ambiguous word. It means a lot of things. Move past this. So, like, if we could just figure out what this was, maybe we could move past this. Glory, what's your this? And you're not going to say anything, right?
I was speaking to Dan DMOC. I wasn't speaking to you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But we weren't
Totally
talking
sorry.
about the
Totally
flat
sorry.
Earth. We've been here for 40 minutes
But that's
and
that's
haven't
where
mentioned
all of our
flat Earth.
disagreements
So
are.
how off
ultimately.
base can you be, Glory?
That's
How
all of
off
our
base can you
disagreements.
be,
This is what our
Glory?
disagreements
Glory,
are on
Glory,
ultimately.
line up better. Line up. You missed the runway. Line up better.
This is what all of our disagreements or tensions
Right.
or
So you can bring
fights, the
your agenda,
dramas.
insert what you think is going on,
No,
and then
Dan,
comment on what you're thinking about.
I think you're so
He was going to
smart.
tell
No,
us,
it's
Dan.
another dipshit move. Don't
He
do
was
that.
going to tell you, Dan, and then you
It is
could
what it is. I just F for your information. I've
You
moved
came in and
forward.
bagged on something we weren't talking about.
I've
100%
I've
agree with
moved
Dan,
forward beyond the gates and locks of this community. I'm no longer engaging in this bullshit that everyone engages in. I hope you
Great.
guys.
Now back up and listen to what we've been talking about. Then come back, would you?
I agree with what Dan's saying. So yeah, thank you, Dan. I agree. We didn't speak anything about flat Earth, and then this dude came in here saying we fucking arguing about flat Earth. I mean, oh my god, what the fuck are you talking about?
Tripping.
Anyways, Tucker, dude, you're still there. Tucker, you've been very cordial. I like your demeanor.
I don't hear Tucker. Where's this? Tucker, say something, Tucker.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was chatting. He's driving, I think. So yeah.
Oh, okay,
It is
okay.
good. Yeah. But Dan, dude, fuck, no beef, buddy. Just calm down. I do love you. Oh, I don't love you in that way, but
We gotta
where's the beef?
we gotta
People get it.
choose which energies we want to foster within our own being. When coming to these communities, the constant strife, debating, bickering, he said, she said, this person, it's just we're poisoning our own being doing this.
Jesus, dude, this has got
Yeah,
fuck to do
exactly.
with flat Earth. You hopped in here about flat Earth, and I think that's why Dan got a bit heated there with you because you just
Dan
brought up
left.
flat
Damn
Earth.
it. I was mainly trying to talk to Dan, but I mean, it is what it is.
We were talking about different things. And it's more psychology that we were talking about. And Tucker was amazing with it. He had a really, really cool question, which I completely forgot. So I DM'd him and said, dude, just remind me what the question was. Because him and Dan went on a massive tangent on frequencies based on his question. And yeah, it's such a cool question because we were chatting about it. But yeah, it is what it is, I guess. Tucker, when you're back, if you are listening, fucking dude, just ask the question again. I would love to chat with you because Tucker's been amazing.
He's Trucker, not Tucker.
Oh, sorry, trucker, my bad. Trucker. Yeah, he's a truck driver, my bad.
Even worse, he is a Canadian truck driver.
I can hear in the accent here, it's a boat in the roof.
Uh-huh.
It's fine, man. We all got our accents. I got a South African accent, probably the worst accent in the world for the English accent.
I never miss a chance to pretend to vilify Canadians. Because they're like
Americans with
they're like
you Americans
superior
against the
version of
Canadians are
Americans.
terrible.
They're like the superior version of Americans, and I am not standing for it. So
That's terrible. I can always speak British if you want. No, fuck that.
well, that makes your IQ go up by like 15 points. So sure. I mean, it doesn't really affect your IQ, but it does affect how people think of your IQ. Or how Americans think of your IQ.
I just the only thing I do is I work for a UK company. I'm a software developer for a UK company, so yeah. But I deal with them all day. But yeah, no. If anything, I think the most beautiful language or accent is the American accent. Is the most clear. It's in all the movies, so it's just for me, it's more natural to hear the American accent versus any other accent. That's just the most commercial.
That's why the Beatles, they sang in their American accents.
Jesus, you sound like an Elon Musk robot accent. You were roboting. Ah, fuck. Now everyone's muted, dead. Come on, have a discussion. Who's alive? D-Mark, we were having a civil discussion. Where did you go?
I am not a robot.
Yeah, you're much better now. There we go.
I'll
That's
just
something-
listen.
Something a robot would say.
Omnivore, this is your server, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah, this is the only damn fucking server I'm reconnected to. I've left every other damn server. And I get so damn bored during the day when I want to talk shit with people. But at least it's a bit more civil, yeah. So I appreciate you for creating this Discord.
Yes. Yes, I am here for all of your shit talking needs.
Thank you. I appreciate it because it's the most civil one. This is the only one I have left.
Good. Well,
We could turn
I
it into
mean,
a shit show if you prefer. Makes you more comfortable.
Trucker's back.
Trucker has returned.
Oh yeah, my boss called me. So when somebody phones me, and my boss called me and needed to talk to me about what the next thing he needs me to do, and so I could not take it. And when somebody calls me, it just shuts down Discord, and I end up on the phone.
Yep.
And
That's
I can't
fine.
even say, "Hey, the phone's ringing." I just disappear. I think.
Yeah. Well,
Hopefully, you didn't hear that whole conversation.
we did not hear it.
Okay.
Especially
Yes,
the part where you ask if it had to be 6 foot deep and 6 feet long, but you know, we didn't. hear it.
Trucker, I got a small. I mean, Omnivore, I got a small one, but it smells like a big one. But yeah, Omnivore, you can stay in the corner there now. Cool, you're in the bottom right corner. I can see on my screen. Trucker, you had a cool question early on. I cannot remember the full thing, but it was about the psychology of when I was saying my opinion of when people are schizophrenic and things like that. Can you remember your question to Dan
I can.
and myself?
I can.
Okay.
My question was to both of you because there was. So just to put it in context, Dan brought up different frequencies and the way people interact with them, and you brought up about people with different psychiatric disorders, and you specifically mentioned schizophrenia and bipolar, I think. But there, of course, there's many. So you suggested that those people may see things in different dimensions, and I think Dan was suggesting that things that move at different frequencies, when you can and can't see them, have something to do with existing in different dimensions. And the conversation I was having with Dan, and I mentioned polarizers and stuff, seemed to be about how waves move in 3 dimensions, and well, 4 too, because they do move through time. But the question I really had was, how were you postulating that people with different psychiatric conditions are seeing real things in different dimensions, as opposed to just having hallucinations or like a brain malfunction where they're disengaged from reality, but they're experiencing what to them is a true reality for them, but isn't an accurate depiction of what's really going on. And if you polled 100 people, they'd be the only one in the room experiencing it, and the other 99 would say, "No, that isn't happening." I think that's what you were getting.
Yeah, I get you. It's a fantastic question. I love it. I'm just trying to figure it out myself. Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung speaks about something very similar. I haven't dealt too much, or I haven't read much of their stuff, but the little bits that I read into it is very, very fascinating, and that's why I wanted to have my section of answering your question from my understanding. So I let Dan have his way, and then yeah, unfortunately you disappeared, but you back. In the sense of reality, so there's a base reality as there's a consensus of what reality is, where we all at. We'll wake up and you'll handshake someone, say hello, how are you doing, you well, cool, you move on, you do your thing. There's a part where, for instance, myself, I enjoy lucid dreaming. I learned lucid dreaming recently in my life. I used to deal with sleep paralysis. I'm a normal individual. I've never had these sort of issues, uh, in the sense of psychosis or anything like that. Um, I'm a software developer. I've got a good career. I've got just a normal damn life and living a fantastic life. I would say I'm above the normal average person. At least in my country, I'm well above average in my country, and uh, however, I suffer from sleep paralysis. So, see, if you're not familiar with paralysis, is when you wake up but you're still in a dream state. You can't move your body, and it's a scary. It's like a nightmare situation. I deal with that. I'm an asthmatic. I don't know if that has got to do with anything. However, I learned that during sleep paralysis, I can control that scenario, and I started googling and researching of what this whole phenomenon is. In the past, I would say it's a demon above you, and you being attacked by a demon. I think that's pseudoscience. But there's a better explanation, and it's just that your body is being induced by the chemical in your brain to paralyze your body that you don't act your dreams, and you're still in a sleep state, but your body, oh fuck, it's vice versa. You wake up, but your body's still in has that chemical to paralyze you for dream state. And sorry, you guys interrupt me if I'm talking too long. And so I learned that you can, in that state, you can actually control your dreams, and that's called lucid dreaming. I found out that's where you can control lucid dreaming. So I learned how to control the dream while I'm in that state. And then I said to myself, Jesus, isn't this what schizophrenics are, bipolars? They are just in a totally different mind state. Their brains are telling them this, but reality is that. They're still receiving some information. Where the hell is that coming from? So I'm saying it's not a frequency. I'm saying it's just it's a state of your brain, and that is the reality. Because a sleep paralysis episode, you experience things as if it is reality. It's amazing. If you've never had a lucid dream, highly recommend trying to induce a lucid dream. It is so fucking interesting, but you can distinguish the difference between a lucid dream and reality. I just think schizophrenic people are between those two environments. Their brains are, it's still brain orientated. So that's where I'm at with that, trucker.
Okay, I caught all that. I muted myself because I'm doing a bunch of stuff here. I gotta drop something off. But I guess I understand what you're saying about that, and I've never had that specific thing, but I have had extremely vivid dreams, so I think we're on the same page there. I think vivid dreams can be explained by the normal function of brain chemistry, without invoking multidimensionality. But I guess, I also guess you could invoke it and wonder if it's a thing.
Yeah, so vivid dream and a lucid dream are two totally different things. So a lucid dream is you control, you are there, 100% there. But it's almost like you put a virtual headset on. If you've ever played VR games, it's almost like that. But
No,
still,
I've never played a game that way. I've only used it like in industry to do like walkthroughs. When I was in construction, we used them to do mock walkthroughs of like potential building sites and stuff like that. It's cool. And you can control where you go. You can't control what the background information is, but you can control how you interact with it, I guess. So
yeah, somewhat like that. So that's almost like what a lucid dream is. Very, very in layman terms, that may be what it is. But once you experience it, you would know what it's about.
Yeah.
It's like smoking weed for the first time. Do you know what it feels like to smoke weed? No, fuck, I don't know. I can imagine it, and then people can explain it to you, but until you do it, you wouldn't know. Uh, Not everyone lucid dreams, so I get that. But very similar to what you are explaining now, when you were walking through with a virtual reality construction site, very very similar, but not exactly, but similar
Yeah.
to that. But you can control it, which is fascinating. So I believe schizophrenics are somewhat in that environment. And then I've done a few, I've listened to a few schizophrenic, what do you call these, simulations. They're hearing voices. Okay, I never heard that in my lucid dreams or anything like that, but I can imagine what they're going through. Their reality is so different to our reality, but it's still their reality. That is what life is, and you just got to push on to that. So if you've never experienced lucid dreaming, or I've never done LSD, MDMA, or anything that will give me some sort of alternative experience, I don't know what that feels like, but that's an alternate reality. That is their reality. So yeah, it's
Do you
fascinating.
think that's happening outside of normal brain chemistry, and that it uses dimensions we're not familiar with?
I think it's part of our brain. I believe it is part of our brain. It goes to our. What I understand is our pineal gland is maybe the ultimate reality, is where everything goes through and then goes down our spine or up our spine. I don't know where everything. Maybe everything happens in our pineal gland. I really don't know. I don't even believe scientists know, and we still trying to figure out where that's coming from, where reality comes from. I still think it. I do believe it's within, but I think our reality is still without as well. We are the as much as my Wi-Fi antenna on my Wi-Fi router here, just next to me, that's receiving information. That information is going through this router, giving it to my computer screen. It's almost like I'm the computer screen, but I'm not the computer screen. I'm both the inside and the outside. uh, that's what I think we are. What we are. We're just an expression of all the um, frequencies from that. We essentially have you seen what a human skeleton looks like without the body, just the nervous system?
I have seen those images. Yeah, the nerves
Yeah,
sort of get it's superimposed on like a silhouette outline of a human.
that's
Right.
almost like an aerial, and then whatever you create from that is what reality is. Yeah, it's weird. Fuck, I don't know, man. I've got 40 years left to live. 30, maybe 40 years left to live.
Well, I wish you well with those. I have a lot less, I'm pretty sure, but I'm an old man.
Okay. No, it's nice. It's lovely, and we're still trying to figure this shit out. But yeah, if I close my eyes one day and pass away, it's pretty cool. I've had a fun time experiencing what my body has reflected to me through the nervous system. It's absolutely fascinating. Really, really cool time.
Yeah, I have some nerve disorders, so I would not use the word fun, but I understand the concept. When I was younger, I didn't have this condition, so it was a little easier to enjoy.
Yeah, dude, your conception of terrible is so subjective. It can't compare to my terrible. I've got my own issues in my life. I've
Sure,
got
yeah,
my
no,
own body issues.
We can't live in anybody else's reality. We can only try to have empathy for it and try to develop an understanding. And usually, what we have to do is use some analogies, right? Like I've been in kidney failure. I know how ridiculously painful and difficult that was. So if somebody tells me they're going through something, I try to figure it's at least that, maybe that times 2 or 3. When somebody tells me they're in tremendous pain and discomfort, I assume it's at least multiple times worse than kidney failure. But I don't really know, because I figure like whatever I've had, it's got to be at the low end of things. The chronic pain I have because of the crushed discs in my back. Like I assume that's not that bad because I live with it, right? So, and if I'm still alive, it
Exactly,
can't be
dude.
terrible, right? You know,
Exactly.
I'm not.
I got a metal elbow. I've got a screw in my left wrist. I've got a knee that dislocates on its own. I used to skateboard professionally in my past. I never felt one broken bone. I didn't know it hurt. Well, I knew it hurt when you try to move it when it was broken, but when it was broken, I didn't know it was broken. And then they asked me on a scale of 1 to 10, how painful is your elbow? I said, Jesus, I don't even feel it. It's like a 1. But yeah, my whole elbow is dislocated. It's completely shattered. But if you move it, then I would say to them, yeah, then it's a 10. It is like I don't want to feel this anymore. So yeah, scale of that scale for me, it's so subjective. I can't explain it.
Yeah, no, I
So
believe people experience pain in completely different ways, and I think what for one person is a 5 and uncomfortable and bearable, for another person is a 10, for another person is a 1 or a 2 or maybe even a 0. It depends on the person. I also think the nervous system has some built-in like overload circuit type things in it where it'll like, you know, if it's not helping you get away from the pain, it'll let you sort of rest a little bit. But we also have drugs that'll help numb pain and, you know, bring down pain receptors, because like, it's very, very painful to have certain things. Like when my father was near the end of his life, they were able to give him some morphine, and he said to my sister at the time, "It's the first time I've been able to relax in weeks." And he was really thankful for that. And I didn't want him to have to live entirely on morphine, but I was certainly glad that he wasn't in as much pain. Unfortunately, I couldn't see him at that particular time, but my sister told me what he was reporting, and he was telling us he didn't feel well, but he kept on saying he was okay and didn't need to go to the doctor and this, that, and the other. So I mean, he was living with this pain, and it was almost like he didn't know how bad it was till they took it away.
correct. Exactly
And
my point.
that's an interesting aspect of it. Unfortunately, he didn't survive, but at least in those last few days of his life, he was able to be at least a little bit relaxed, which is something, right? But I think of it that often. It's like, how much pain are you just bearing because you know nothing else?
You don't even know how much pain you're bearing until you see the other side. And I realized that actually with the whole South Africa Trump thing, I don't want to change the subject, but I'm going to just mention this and we can go back to where we're getting at.
Sure.
The whole South Africa Trump white genocide, South Africa shit. I actually didn't realize how terrible it is in our own country, because we deal with it every day. It feels like normality. And apparently this is not normal, but it feels like normality. But deep inside, it's very painful to feel what we are going through as the white minority in this country. So in that sort of sense, I get it. But yeah, we push on. You just make things happen, man. This is just what life is, and you push through. I'm still doing fine. I'm still alive. I'm still living. I got a good damn life, good property,
Okay.
and
Yeah, I don't know. Like I felt like Trump was speaking somewhat hyperbolically, and he was also giving credence to things that were made up as well. That doesn't mean some people aren't having a tough time, and it doesn't mean that there isn't like a long period of painful adjustment. But my personal feeling is, and I've never been to South Africa, and I only know a few people in South Africa. My personal feeling from talking to them is, and I actually know some people that left South Africa because they felt like it would be too difficult to stay. Is that they lived in such a what I consider to be a pretty fucked up system. But for people that were born in and lived in it,
ooh, I lost you.
So it's not a reality. I'm in a turmoil, and change from I think is a pretty messed up system, the apartheid system, to then getting into like a different political system. It's going to have a lot of turmoil, and it's probably going to be difficult for people. I mean, like, you know, I can't see how it wouldn't be difficult for some people to readjust to that.
So I lost about 20 seconds of your conversation. You roboted, but irrespective of that, dude, I don't want to change the subject to my issues in my country. I'm just giving an example of what pain could be.
Speak to everybody. Yeah.
Oh, you're roboting so bad. Is it just me yelling the robotic? Come on, guys. Is it just me yelling the robot? Trucker, yeah, you're roboting so bad. Oh my god, he disconnected. Omnivore, I need somebody to talk to me. I'm fucking problematic. Help me.
Unfortunately, I have to take my doggo out, so I'm unable to help at this moment.
It's all good, buddy. I'm just saying.
I
I
know.
need someone to talk to.
Well,
I believe I'm civilized when I come to these discords.
Yeah. No, I think you're doing fine. It's just we don't have anybody in here right now, but
I know.
We will.
But yeah, thank you for inviting me to your Discord. It's the only one I'm connected to now to talk to these people that have fringe discussions. And Trucker doesn't sound too fringe, but there
No,
are some
Trucker,
fringe guys, yeah.
Yeah. Trucker's good friends with Tapioca Weasel, who is a working quantum scientist.
Oh wow.
Who's one of the mods
Yeah.
here.
Oh,
He's a
okay.
little bitty
Cool.
scientist. Real little.
He's really tiny. That's right.
Tiny.
So DMark is back. So DMark, okay, Omnivore, you can go back onto mute. So DMark is back. DMark and I can have an uncivilized discussion about flat Earth, maybe. Yeah, I know DMark talks about flat Earth a lot. Dude, I don't want to argue with you, but I want to have a discussion with you. I'm pretty civilized, and yeah, let's try keep it civil. Is that cool? Because yeah, I want to chat, man. I'm fucking having a chill day.
What do you want to know?
Like, why do you think it's flat? Or not? Why do you think it's flat? Why do you know it's flat?
Because I can only represent stuff on a stationary, non-spinning thing in my reality. Nowhere in my reality can I take a ball and put a scale on it, a pendulum, any airplanes, nothing on this ball when you put a little camera on it and give it the perspective of a human, nothing matches outside. Only the flat surface of a flat sandbox, flat table, flat ground. I mean, not even totally 1,000,000% flat, topography 100%. Mountains, cliffs, valleys, all that on flat earth or all that on a ball. I can only mimic reality with the flat earth that's stationary. I can't mimic any fucking thing on a moving ball, not tides, not a river, not stationary ponds, nothing. Nothing. And there you have it.
I get that. Yeah,
Physics
I get
only
that.
says it's flat.
That's what intrigued me about the discussion when I was first introduced to it quite a few years back. And I was stuck into it for quite a while. I wasn't a flat earther in the sense of saying, dude, this is what it is. But I was saying, geez, you guys are making a lot of sense. However, when I started understanding of what's actually happening. So, for instance, if I take just hear me out. I don't want to have an argument. Don't call me names, things like that. I can't have that intellectual discussion with you beyond the basics. So, for instance, if I'm going to go basics now with a fish tank, and I put a fish tank in my car, the fish is not going to go to the back of the fish tank because it's moving with me in the car within the water. It just stays where it is. That's my understanding of a rotating Earth. Is that the water's rotating with the car that's moving at that time, and we are within the atmosphere, which is also a fluid. So we're not going to have that. We're not going to feel motion. We're not going to feel it. But when we look at the celestial bodies, the only understanding of if that is a planet. So I'm going to say if that is a planet out there and it's doing rotations around us, or we are rotating around it. There's measurements where we can say, okay, cool, we're going to expect it then. But if it's rotating separately around us, it's not gonna be in the same position as X star or the moon or so forth, so on and so forth. So there's something either rotating around us, or we are rotating within a system. And I believe they figured it out, that we are rotating within a system which is now known as the heliocentric system. But because we don't feel motion, is because it's like that fish tank in the vehicle. That fish doesn't go to the back of the fish tank because we're driving in a car. That's where I'm at.
Well, instead of that car, you should get a ball. Remember my first premise? There is no point of view from a ball that we can learn how a ball is going to act. There's only the story of other things that are 100% not a ball. Car, not a ball. Inside a car, not a ball. In a car driving straight, not a spinning ball. Nothing you said mimicked a spinning ball. So no, I'm still a flat earther with your fish tank. Because when I put a helium balloon in your car, the helium balloon goes forward and races your car. So if we were on a spinning thing going that way, the helium balloon would be racing the earth. And it's not, clearly.
I get that. So that's the gravity thing. So I would agree with you. The God in that model, I'm going to put inverted commas God in that model, is gravity. So gravity would say everything pulls towards itself, almost like water tension, and everything goes to the
Well,
center.
hold on.
So, yeah.
Hold on. That's the main thing here. Where do we see everything go to the center of any sphere? Where do we see objects go from all directions of all sides, omni positional, from outside of that thing to the inside of it, to the center? I've never in my life ever seen
Yeah.
that. It's a story.
So the best idea I have, I could be completely wrong, is when you do a sorry, if you do a what you call that, 0G plane,
Is it on
and
a
you
ball?
do no, so yeah, so outside of the ball you do the 0G plane,
On a
and
spinning
you
ball?
fly on the just above the spinning ball, and you fly down, and you take, this is in space, or in the inverted commas space, and you take a water droplet. It's always going to be a sphere water droplet, so everything it transforms into
You're not in space.
into a sphere.
You're inside a ship like a Navy vessel,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's pressurized. Everything that you're telling me is not the thing you're telling me. You're thinking that you can test a globe, spinning globe, by driving in a car. That those are 100% not the same thing. You think you can test space by some guy's video of him being pressurized in a container under the ocean. That's not the same thing. It's not going to work. What
And
you
a water
need,
droplet.
what you'll need is a vacuum chamber and a spinning ball. So in that vacuum chamber and a spinning ball, show me the same stuff, and I'll
Yeah,
believe
so
you.
with a vacuum chamber, when they drop water in a vacuum chamber, it's
Doesn't hit
is
the
it not
ground.
a ball?
It doesn't hit the ground.
No,
Wait,
no,
do you
it
not
doesn't.
acknowledge like component forces like accumulating?
Of
Do you feel
what?
like
Of what? A ball. I'm trying to acknowledge what a
well of
ball does.
any, like if you
Yeah,
have
listen,
an
hold on, brother.
object,
Slow
let's say
down.
you have a
I'm going to
cube,
tell
a
you.
wooden cube.
You're asking me what I'm not. No, I said a ball. Clearly, you're fucking not with us here.
Well,
A
in
ball
any
and a
reference
vacuum
frame.
chamber and water. Spinning ball, vacuum chamber, water. What's the
Well,
action and attribute of that?
it's more
Slow
towards
down,
your previous
Jupiter.
point.
Jupiter, slow
To
down.
be honest.
Slow down. I didn't even give you the ingredients. We're going to test a ball. Me and this gentleman were having a good discussion, and you want to ruin it by not understanding what a ball and a vacuum and water are. That's what you'll
No,
need.
I'm familiar.
Do you
I
have
get the
those?
point you're making. You're trying
You do?
to
Show
talk
me what
about
that
like
is. So
pressure
what's that look like for you?
on water or something like
What do
that.
balls do in a vacuum with water on them?
Condense?
You don't have no fucking clue is the problem. You have no clue. You're going to
So
come in.
debunked.
You're going to come in. Hold on. He's going to come in and declare we're dumb and he knows stuff and we're not saying the right thing. But when I put him to task, he has no clue because he doesn't have a ball. It's
Demic.
not allowed to be itself.
But
You will not allow
I'm asking a
ball in
question
science.
regarding forces.
Brother, hold on. You have to hear this. You will not allow a ball to be itself or to see what a ball does in real science. It's always going to be something different than that ball. I promise you, 1,000,000%.
Well, I'm asking a different question.
About
So,
what? We were talking
about forces.
vacuums and water.
About forces.
A force of what?
All right. Do you agree that multiple forces can act upon a single object?
Name them and show me them all, color coordinate them, and point them all out physically. Unless you can do that, then you're
All
just
right.
making shit
So
up.
let's take gravitational force.
What color?
Let's take you. Why do you
Color
need a color?
coordinate them and put them on the ball. So on a ball, I want you to put all the forces in all the separate color or separate number. And at the end result, you're going to have an endless amount of forces and colors. Your whole ball is going to be a rainbow color force, which makes you not make any sense.
Are you like? Can I mention a couple forces?
Well, you can mention all of them. Don't stop. I'll help you.
All right. So let's take a gravitational force.
Never heard of that one. Now let's take temperature.
All right. Let's
Now we'll
take
take
a
temperature. Real
force
physical.
of
Hold on, brother.
friction.
No, there's no gravity. We're going to take temperature, the real force that can freeze balls of water in front of you.
Temperature is a state.
Temperature is a
Not a
force.
force.
Temperature is a physical attribute containing physical things. Temperature can negate the PSI in your tire. Temperature can also, so it can get inside and outside of your stuff. It is a force. And it does work. So much work. It can boil water, freeze water.
That would
Brother,
be
are you
convection. That
okay?
is the transfer
The
of
water ball
energy.
sitting in my hand frozen. If temperature's not a force keeping it that way.
Well, the transfer of energy, of thermal energy, is
No, I'm talking about cold. It's cold. There's
is-
no thermal here. All cold, frozen ice water.
you're getting your streams crossed, man.
No, you are. Where do you have
You're-
gravity doing that? Do you have a gravity ball of water?
So the temperature is so the cold freezing
No,
water.
I got my force, and I got a ball of water in
So
my
the
hand.
cold freezing
Now make
water
a ball of water with your force.
without any
Brother, we're
other
talking about
so the
forces,
cold
physical
freezing water
attributes.
is a temperature.
We're
It
talking
has
about
a temperature
resistance,
reading.
right? Stop running, dude. Why are you fucking running from your own shit? Resistance.
I'm working with
I
your
have an
example
ice
now.
ball
You
in my
wanted to
hand from
insist on your
temperature.
example.
You're working with nothing but talk. I have a
Demic,
real frozen ball of
you
water.
shift the goalpost
Ball of
so
water. No.
fucking much.
No, you are, weirdo. You don't have a force. Where's your water? Where's your gravity force holding
Well,
water?
I'd like to discuss
I'd like to
forces,
see
but
it.
you want to continuously
wanna not
shift
see it.
analogies.
You don't want to see your force, do you?
Why do I need to work within your
Why do you need to
specific
see gravity
example
as
to
your
demonstrate a
assumption?
phenomenon in reality?
Why would gravity have to really physically do stuff in front of you to believe it?
Why do I have to work within your imagination to demonstrate a
Ice is
phenomenon in
imaginary
reality?
to you now. Ice water is imaginary to Moon's
Why do I need
He
to
doesn't
work
believe
within
in
your
temperature.
specific example to
He doesn't
demonstrate
believe in temperature.
reality?
So how did you get rid of temperature?
Why do I need to
manipulate
work
that?
within your specific example to
Get rid of
demonstrate
temperature.
reality?
Take gravity out of the equation that didn't exist. Now what's temperature do?
Why do I need to work within your specific example
Gravity
to
doesn't
demonstrate
exist. I
reality?
don't need it. Why do I need to work within yours? Is the question, book writer weirdo? You're the one with the book, not me.
Because
You're the one with the
I can
fucking
demonstrate things in
I
reality.
parrot. No, you're the I Legion motherfucking robot. You parrot what every other robot you parrots. I am
Well, you can
different
check
than
for
you.
yourself. You
So
can
why
see
would
it
the
for yourself.
1% need to fucking go along with the stupid ass 99% who's fucking retarded and wrong? Answer that, Jupiter. You wrong 99% goofballs. Why the fuck would anybody need to go with you when you're clearly wrong about everything? Clearly.
I was willing to give you an
I'm
example in
willing to
reality to
see what
demonstrate
gravity
a
can do. It was
concept.
your first force. We can't even
But
put it to the test.
unfortunately,
Now
you're
you're
unable to
stuttering.
escape
Now
your
you're
own
running from your
analogy.
own force that you declared. I declared temperature as a force, something that can be demonstrated. I can hold an ice cube in my fucking hand. Can you hold a
Stick
fucking
with
ball
your
of
own
water
imagination,
in your
man.
hand
Stick
from
in
gravity?
imagination land.
No, a gravity is the imaginary thing. We can't get it to hold water here. Can
You
it
won't
hold
you
water?
won't you won't engage with
Does
a new
your force
concept.
engage with holding water?
I'm
My
not
force holds
gonna do
water.
the red herring thing with you, dude.
No, it's called what holds water in science. We know you don't know this,
I'm
little
not gonna
guy.
do the red herring thing with you.
Well, you're gonna do third grade run from fucking reality. I can't get gravity, Demok. I can't
I was
demonstrate it. I can't show you what it does.
recommending
I
reality
can't
to
show you
you.
the resistor. I
I
can't
was
put the gravity
recommending
dog train
concepts
on
of
my neck and
reality.
run into the
You
gravity
were
wall.
running. You ran
What's the
away.
gravity wall feel like when you run into it? What's it
You
feel
ran
like?
away, dude.
What's the temperature of gravity? What's the temperature of your force?
Again, why do
You
I
said
need
resistance,
to
right? What's the
again,
electrical
why
potential of
do I
gravity?
need to
What's the
why do I
gravitational
need to
potential?
engage with your imagination in order to
You're not
demonstrate
engaging
something in
with anything.
reality?
You're slow. You don't
Why
want
do
to
I need to
engage.
engage with your stupid
Me and another
analogies
gentleman were talking
in order
about
to demonstrate
forces,
something in
and we were
reality?
talking about a vacuum and what water does in a vacuum.
Why do I need to engage in your red herrings to demonstrate something in reality?
You came in with your low IQ ass. Not that's right. You will
Why
not do
do I need
that.
to do
You
that?
will
That's the
not.
real question. Why is that required?
It's tiring getting any force. Real
Well,
tiring.
again,
Real
why do I
tiring.
need to engage with one of your analogies
Gravity
in order
cannot
to
be
demonstrate
engaged.
something in reality?
You are gravity. You will not engage.
It's such a simple question.
Such a simple force that doesn't exist.
What was the question that I asked you?
Questions aren't proof, weirdo. I got my ball.
What question did I ask you?
My ball of water's in my hand. My ball of water's right here waiting on you.
What question did I ask
Gravity
you?
guru. The lab looks empty.
Do you remember the question I asked you?
Democ's forces in the lab. Where's yours? Nothing burger.
You don't remember the question I asked you?
Nothingville. Nobody cares what you're talking about, weirdo. Do you have a demonstration? Nothing burger.
Well,
Stop talking
I was
about what.
willing. I was willing to demonstrate a
Yeah, you're
feature of
willing to
reality.
imagine shit. Shut up, loser. You're a fucking loser. Do you have a
Well,
ball of gravity water?
you're willfully
Loser, do
ignorant.
you have a real non-imaginary force? A real
I was
one.
willing. I was willing to demonstrate some
You
of
were
that.
willing to demonstrate balls of water with gravity and gas balls of air.
No,
You lying fuck.
not your stupid
You're a
analogies. I was willing to
lying
show you forces.
motherfucker. You're a worthless liar. You're a
I just don't
lying
have to
bitch.
work within your
You're a
analogy.
fucking liar. Shut up, liar. Shut the fuck up. Liars shouldn't be allowed to talk. Go
I
get your
think
fucking ball
I
form.
think you constantly
Talking to yourself about
you
what you don't.
constantly raise your voice and show people that you show people hoops, right? You're the hoop bringer. You bring people hoops and you're like, jump through the hoop. Yeah, look at you, dude. Jump hoops. Jump this hoop. Jump that hoop. Jump this other hoop. Rather than try to actually engage with a new idea.
Well, if he had to engage in it with another idea, he'd have to concede that the thing that his example hinges on is, this ball having its own gravitational field while it's in another ball's gravitational field. And once he admits to that, he's giving the game away. Can't do that.
Yo, I just had two lovely boerewors rolls now. My question is, why does it go down? Like, what the concept of down on Earth is? Why does that exist on Earth? Down or near Earth?
Good question. I can unmute Dimok if you want. I mean,
100%, yeah. Unmute Demok.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Demok's discussions. He can be rough. He's been rough with me as well, so I'm cool with it.
There comes a point where it's
where you can't talk to people who won't enter the lab, right, Omni? When they say, hey, Democ, let's go to a lab. And I say, temperature's my force, and it's holding water. And then we have people that deny that, like you and everybody else, right, Omnivore? Why do you guys deny temperature can hold water solidly? I didn't say the word gravity, and I didn't say field. That's your guys' retarded Walt Disney cartoon fucking nonsense, which you
Yeah,
haven't
another red herring.
demonstrated. Which you haven't demonstrated.
What
You don't
question?
have
What
a ball of
question did
gas.
absurdity
You
ask
don't
you?
have
Ask
anything
you?
falling to it. You don't have a down. You have nothing to look at. There is no
What
ball.
was the question?
There is no ball to learn what down is on a ball. Sorry, you'll never learn what down is on a ball.
What was the
okay?
question? What was the question
You'll
he asked
never
you?
know what down is. Down is nowhere. Is all directions to a ball. That's not down. That's not down.
Dimok, we're having a cool discussion, Dimok.
I know,
Hold
but
on,
if you
Dimok.
understand down to a ball in a vacuum,
What was the
from
question
all
that he asked
directions
you?
from Australia.
Yeah, Dimok.
What was the question?
What the fuck you're saying don't make sense, idiot. Do you mean one
That
fucking
wasn't my
down?
question. It wasn't my
It's just
question.
my question,
I ain't
Dimok.
talking to you, bitch. Shut the fuck up, retard. If it wasn't your
Dimok,
question, clearly I'm
it
not
was my
talking to you.
question.
Fucking
Dimok, it was
retard.
my question.
I
Dimok.
know. Down on a horizontal or down to the inside of a ball. Which down?
Yeah. So
Which
my
one?
question is, why does it go down
On
on a
what?
ball?
I've never seen a no ball exist anywhere. There aren't any. Next.
No,
You
like
have
a
flat Earth.
basketball. Like
Oh, physics only follow flat Earth. Next.
Hold on a second.
There
Hold
are
on.
no ball
Hold on.
demonstrations
No,
to be
hang on a second.
demonstrated.
Hold on a tick.
Why? You got a ball demonstration of gravity of going to it? Wow, we're gonna gravitate to that.
Beerman, check your messages.
Got you.
All right.
I got you. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll be
All right.
fine. I'll be very fucking cautious
I
when I use
got
that.
it. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. All right. Demok, you're back. I had to take care of some administrative stuff.
No, you didn't, you retard little cunt. You're a fucking low IQ retard. Shut up, Nothingville. I thought you were gonna go in a lab one day, bitch, and be not a worthless little bitch like all you
I love your
worthless bitches
cherub-like
are.
demeanor.
I'm in a lab, bitch, with my fucking ice ball demeanor, cunt. Fuck your demeanor, bitch. Where's your fucking gravity ball of water? You
I
fucking
like
retard.
Demok's attitude, though. I do appreciate his enthusiasm. I do appreciate it, but I still don't. I want to know, like, why does it
You'll
go
never know
down?
what a ball does. You can only learn flat Earth. Like I told you in the beginning, I'm not being mean. It's 100%
it.
all you can
So
ever
even
learn.
on
You can
flat
go in
Earth,
a
why
lab.
does it
Hold
go
on, stop
down?
talking over me. You're not making no sense now. Go in a lab, get a fucking ball, whatever you guys can do on it. Show me it matches reality. If you can't, shut the fuck up and stop asking about downs and shit that don't make no sense. You live on a fucking flat Earth. Gravity's not a fucking thing. Fuck your imagination of down because there's up and left and right. There's all a fucking round.
Yeah,
Fuck a
Demok.
down.
So you and I weren't having an angry discussion. You're
No, I'm
very
not willing
angry
to
with me
talk
at the
about
moment.
Narnia and shit that make because some
No,
guy got
no,
fucking high on Mercury.
I'm also. I don't want to talk about
Some guy
Narnia
got
stuff
high
either.
on Mercury and
But
said
we were
gravity
talking
was.
very calmly, and you and I were very
Some guy
chilled
got
when we were
high
having our
on Mercury
discussion. But all of a sudden, you
years
just went
ago.
like fucking haywire on me, and I
100,000
don't know
years
why
ago,
you've
a
done
guy
that because I have not been hostile
Newton was
towards you.
smoking mercury. Do you understand? Go smoke
Definitely
mercury.
not
Then
smoking
you'll ask
mercury.
the same question when you fall out of the apple tree. When you're smoking your mercury in the apple tree, hiding from grandma, and you fall out of the motherfucker when you get high. That's when you'll start asking retard fucking questions.
I don't think it's that much
And
of a
what's down?
ridiculous question, though. Like,
Then you'll
I
say,
just
I'm
want to
so
like, for
fucking
instance,
high.
I'm
What is
sitting at my
down?
computer now, and like, why does my
What is up?
always when I let go
What
of
is
my
in? Why does
vape,
stuff
it will
go
go
in
to my
stuff?
table. I don't understand why it
Why
goes
does
to my
hot go
table.
cold? Why does high?
No. So I asked the question, like, for instance, if I'm sitting here now and
Well,
I drop my
what's your
vape, it always goes
demonstration
down
of
to
the
my
proof?
table. I don't understand why
Your
that's
question ain't
happening.
helping nobody. Do you have any proof of anything?
No, I'm asking the question.
So a never-ending question forever is science.
Demark,
The
dude, I've got
never-ending
no
question.
gripe with
What
you.
your
You're treating me
never-ending
like I'm your
question was
enemy. I
asked by
don't know why
Newton.
you're doing that.
He still ain't got the answer.
He's broken,
Newton
man. I'm
still
sorry.
doesn't have an answer. They still don't have a ball with stuff falling down to
But
it.
that's why I'm asking
There
you,
is no
Demark.
such
You
thing.
seem to know the answer,
Seem
so
to
I'm
not
trying to ask
listen to
you for
fucking
the
words.
answer.
Demek, he's
There is
giving you a
no
real
such
example.
thing as a ball.
Do
There
you
is
want
no
a real
down. There is no
example?
space. There is no
Do you
vacuum.
want a
There
real
is not
replicatable
a
example?
You to
that
help
is
me
all
answer
a
this question.
cartoon. A guy
Would you
got
like
high
a
on
real
fucking mercury,
example?
and you guys fucking believe some fucking high method.
A
Demark,
real
I'm
example was
asking you
Get
offered to
high and
you.
ask questions.
You know
Get
the
high and
answer,
just
so
keep
help
asking,
me.
what's down? What is down? Where is down? Who is down? Where does down start?
Would you
Where
like
does
a
down
real
stop?
example?
Where does down start at?
So Demark, just hold up. I'm asking you, like, if I'm wrong
You're asking
or
me
I'm
what
not
down is?
correct. I'm
It's an
Dude,
asking you
idea.
what is
listen
down.
for a
It's an
second. Just
idea by
listen.
man. It's
Are you
man's
afraid to
idea.
listen for a second? Are you afraid to
The
learn
squirrels
something?
tell you down. The trees tell you down.
Are you
You tell
scared? Are
me
you
the other
scared of
thing that tells you down
conversation?
besides some high ass motherfucker dude.
Are you scared of someone speaking
Are
to
you
you?
afraid of high motherfuckers, retard? High
Then
cocksuckers like
listen
you?
for a second. He has
Oh,
something
you're
to
not
say.
on Mercury, are you?
I feel
You
like
didn't
Listen
take
for
your
a
Demark.
Mercury
second.
dose?
That's so
You're
difficult
not
for
at
me.
Newton's
You've
level,
been
are you?
nonstop talking.
You'll
Listen for a
need
second.
mercury. You'll need to smoke mercury to figure
Listen
out
for
what
a
down
second.
is, to figure out
All
what
right,
Newton was
Demek.
talking
Should I take
about.
notes? Should I take notes of what you're saying so
No,
I could learn
smoke
something?
mercury. Eat mercury. Just eat and
Demark,
smoke mercury like Newton. Then
Demark,
you'll
I'm
be
Here,
not
I'm
retarded
taking
like
notes. I'm
challenging you.
taking
Newton.
notes of your wisdom, Demek.
Then you'll be retarded like Newton, and you ask dumbass
Demark,
fucking questions like, why do rocks not fly away?
Demark, I'm not challenging you at
How come
all.
you can't
Demark,
manipulate gravity in a lab
Demark,
and make the
I'm
apple,
not challenging you at all.
and you
Demark,
make
I'm
the
not
apples
challenging you.
fly?
I'm
Turn off
asking
down
you.
and eat.
I'm asking for your help, Demark. I'm not
No, you're
challenging you.
not. No, you're not. You're being a
I
retarded. No,
this
you're
I'm
not.
that
You're being a
I'm
dishonest
so
cunt.
retarded. I'm asking for help. Can a retarded person not ask for help?
You can only demonstrate stationary flat
Can a
physics.
retarded person only demonstrate? I'm
You can
asking as a retarded person
don't
for help.
worry about
Can you help
what your
me?
fucking thoughts are, retard. What
I'm
demonstrate,
asking
demonstrate,
for your help.
demonstrate,
Why, when
demonstrate,
I drop my vape, is it going down, Demark?
demonstrate. Go get a ball, you fucking retard.
Dude, I will. Dude, why are you so fucking
Why are you so
terrible
fucking
towards
dumb
me? I'm
like the
being
rest
nice
of
to
them?
you. Dude, I'll do a video now.
You
Yeah,
dumb
I'll
loser
do a
bitch.
video. Give
Get
me
a
a sec.
fucking ball, get a flat tape. Spin the fucking ball, drive your car and your helium balloon and your gravitator in there, and put your fucking aquarium on a ball in a car, bitch. Let's watch it do what you just did on Flat Earth. Not gonna be the same, cunt. Now, you dishonest ass cunt bitches, you fucking retards. Stop being dishonest, lying loser bitches. Go to the lab. Step one, to learn. You don't learn from Democ, motherfucker. You learn from the stuff, the action and reaction. Do you have a ball spinning? Do you have a flat thing not spinning? We can go to the lab. It will answer all of your questions without me name calling you, without you being a dumb fucker.
All right. So what I learned so far, I've been taking notes, right, is to smoke mercury. I'm being a retard, and then I could only demonstrate stationary flat planes. That's all you've said so far.
Yes, I said Newton, the guy you guys keep
All
talking
right.
about. Newton, the
So
one who said stuff about
absurdity.
sound and Newtonian physics. He was smoking mercury. Do you know what that does to your brain? How many pounds of mercury have you smoked? Maybe
Are
smoking
you?
mercury makes you fucking retarded. Maybe Newton was
Are
just a
you willing to have a
maybe he
conversation?
was a blabbering retard. How do you know what Mercury does? Are you eating it like he did?
Are you
You
speaking to
guys, are
yourself
you
right
gonna do
now? Are you
science?
talking to yourself?
So you're gonna do gravity studies, but you're not gonna study the dude's number one
Well, you're
theory,
only
Mercury.
talking at people. I have
So
done
now you're
gravity
not gonna
studies.
shoot up Mercury. Now you're not gonna do what Newton said to do. You're gonna just fucking do retard shit that other people said. Newton
I
said
have written formal studies
Newton
on
said
gravity.
gravity was fake, but he did smoke
I
mercury.
have done formal studies on gravity.
So have you smoked mercury? No, you can't. You can't do gravity studies, you dumb bitch. How can you study gravity on a ball?
I have done formal studies on the phenomenon
What
of
ball
things
of gas
falling
can you
down.
study?
Things fall.
What ball of gas can you study, bitch? I don't know what that means.
I
retard.
I
Argue
have
on Newton.
observed droplets of oil. I have droplets of oil that I have dropped and observed.
Down is not the center of a ball, bitch. Down is that way
I
past
have
the basketball.
observed the
If I
phenomenon of
drop
oil
something
drops
down, it didn't
falling.
go to. It dropped past it to the flat floor, cunt. Where is a ball down? What's that mean?
I have
It's a
done
shitty
You
video,
have
but I
no
just
fucking
posted it
things
idea.
now.
falling.
You have
It's
no
a shitty
fucking clue.
video, but hold on. It's a
What is
shitty
a
video. I
ball?
just posted it now
Can
in
you
the
drop
chat, in
100
this
things
chat,
around a sphere?
that where I dropped
Do you
my
have a
vape
video
and
with
it
things
fell
going to
down.
the
So I want to
center
know
of a
why it's
ball of
falling
jello?
down.
So you don't have the. It's not down, bitch. It's the center of a ball. You fucking retard.
Well, if
You
I'm
dumb
putting,
ass cunt.
if I put
You
a
fucking
XYZ
retard.
thing in the
There
center,
is
for
no
instance, the play
down.
button, that is,
There is
there's an
no
up,
down,
down,
bitch.
left,
It's the
right.
center of a
I
ball.
want to know why it's going
You
into
have
these
stuff
X
going to the center
Demek,
of a ball. You
going
fucking
down.
retard.
you're in a
Repeat
public
after me,
chat
bitch.
room.
Not down. Left,
Demek, you're in a
right,
public chat room
up.
and you're going nonstop.
To the center of a ball is not
Demek,
down.
you're
You
in a
dumb
public
fucking
chat
cunt.
room and you're going nonstop. Are you going to let
The
another
center of
person
a
a chance to
ball is
speak?
not down. If there's a
Demek, you're
ball
in a
hanging
public
right
chat
here,
room and you're
and I
going
put,
nonstop.
if I drop an
Are you
apple
going
by
to
a
give
ball to
another
the
person a
right,
chance to
that's
speak?
not down. It's gonna go to the
Demek,
right. Why
Demek,
does
you're
the
in a
plumb bob
public
go to
chat
the
room.
mountain to the right?
Demek, you
Not
are
down.
being extremely
Why did the
rude
plumb
in a
go to
public
the
chat
mountain?
room.
Why did the
Get
plumb bob go to the mountain and not down?
Demek, you need
Why
to
not
cede the
down?
floor.
Why does the airplane go not down?
Demek, you're in a public chat
Why is
room.
air
Cede the
not
floor for a
down?
moment.
Why is helium balloon not down?
Demek, you're in a public
Why
chat
are
room. Can you
stars not
cede the
down?
floor for a moment?
Why is the sun not on the ground, rubbing the ground?
Right.
I don't want to be the
We've
one
heard your
that do it.
question.
Why
Are
is
you
the
going to
moon
cede the
not
floor?
down? Why is
Right.
everything
We've
not
heard
down?
your question about why the sun is
Why
not
are
on the
clouds
floor.
not down?
Okay, now we've heard
Why
your
is
other
everything
question.
not down?
Demek,
I
are you
don't
going to
see
cede the floor
anything
yet?
down.
Are you going to let someone else speak for a
No one
moment?
has seen any down shit.
Demek, you're in a public chat
Nobody
room. Can
knows
you
what you
let other people
schizophrenic
speak?
motherfuckers are talking about. You said
Demek,
down, you
can you
fucking
let other
retard.
people speak for a
And you
moment?
know what the fuck you're talking about, retard.
Demek,
What's down?
you're totally devoid of public
Just
decency.
answer
Can
what
you let
down
other
is,
people
retard. We
speak?
know it's hard.
Demek,
Down.
can you observe some public
Down.
decency and let some other people speak?
I had to mute. I just couldn't do it. No, I feel so bad about it because I like DMark. I do like DMark, but I had to mute. I just want DMark. Just one question. I'm going to unmute you afterward. I was given this power, and I'm so grateful for it because I just want to find out, like, why is it going that direction every time I let go of my vape? I'm going to unmute you.
The center of a ball is every direction. There is no down. Get a brain.
The center of the ball is not every direction. The center, the down
Prove
is
that,
to the
motherfucker.
center of the
Prove that.
ball.
Go get a basketball and show me the center of it's not every direction from the outside, you lying ass dumb motherfucker.
I'm not. No,
You're a
DMark, don't be
fucking
like that
retard.
towards me. Dude,
You
I'm
are
being
a
very,
fucking
very fucking
retard.
nice to you. I don't know why
If I drop stuff around a ball, what
Demek, shut up
do
for
you
a
there it
second.
goes to? Stop not
Shut up for a
answering,
second.
bitch. You unfruitful.
You've been
You're a
nonstop.
non-truthful little bitch. Where does the stuff go on your ball, bitch? To the center, you fucking dumb
not
cunt. It's not
about
hard. If I
ball.
ask the kindergartner
It's
where's
about
stuff supposed to go
down.
to a ball, If I ask a motherfucking
I
kindergartner
think
right
I think
now,
you need to mute him if you
where does
actually want
blood
to
go
get
to a
some
ball?
nuance.
He's
No,
gonna say
I
the
don't want to
center.
do that. I don't
And I'm
want
gonna
to
say the
be that
center of
guy
a
that
ball
should.
is not down, is it,
As
little kid?
well,
And the little
without the ball gag,
kindergartner should
there's
know
no
the center of the
conversation.
ball is not down.
Yeah,
The
it's
kindergartner is
unfortunate.
smarter than all of
It's
your
just someone you
science.
can't have a conversation with,
No,
unfortunately.
you can't
Because I
have
do
one
actually like
truthfully,
Demont.
bitch.
He's actually quite a
The
cordial
kindergartners know for a
person
fact the
in
center
his
of the
own
ball
way.
is what you're calling down, which is omnidirectional from every direction to a focal point. That's converging to a fucking point. Down in reality is not that. So you don't know what down is. Stop saying nonsensical shit unless you
So I'm
demonstrate which
asking, what
down
is
on which
down then?
object.
Do
Which
you
down
exist in
on
every
what thing.
position around the ball? Do you
What the
exist in
fuck
every
is the
position?
stuff on a ball?
Are
Show
you
me
in all
somebody that.
positions, Demic?
Nobody
In
knows.
reality?
Nobody knows a ball reality.
Demic, are you in all
You can't
positions?
learn ball reality, retard motherfucker.
Are you in all positions of
There
a
is
ball?
no ball reality.
Are you in all positions
There
of a
is
ball?
no ball lab.
Are
Where is
you
the
in all
ball lab?
positions of a basketball?
Are you ready to show us the ball center
Are you
down?
in all positions around a basketball?
Where is down on a ball?
Are you in all positions at the same
What
time
is
around a
down
basketball?
in reality?
No, but these 100 BBs are that I drop
So
around the
you're not in all
basketball, bitch.
positions around a basketball.
These
So
100
given a
BBs are
single
that I drop
position,
around the ball.
Demic,
A
since you are a
100
single
BBs I
person,
see dropped around it are you
Demic,
non-reality having cunt.
if you're a single
Stop
person
running from my BB.
at any
It's a real
given
ball.
point
I have a real ball in front
around a
of me.
basketball,
Drop the
like you're
BBs,
one
Tom.
person at one point,
Drop the
correct?
BBs, Tom. Which BB?
I had to do it. That you can get the question out. Go with your question.
All right, so you're a single person. You're at a single point around a basketball. Now, is the center in all directions when you're at that single position?
Called the R value. It's called the radius. Yes, because your gravity is the R value. Your gravity is supposed to meet in the R. How do you fucking meet
This
in
isn't
the
a
R
gravity
without coming
question.
from all
This is
positions? You
a
retarded
geometry
bitch.
question.
How do you
This
fucking
is not a
meet?
gravity question.
How do you meet in the R, cunt, from my position and
This
yours,
is not a
ho?
gravity question.
You're on the left side of the ball. I'm on the right side of the ball, bitch. How do we get to the R down?
I'm not in the question.
You're not on the top. I'm not on the
You're
bottom.
in the question,
No
Demic.
down.
I'm not in the
I went
question.
right. You went left, and we got to the
You're
ball of yellow.
changing the
We
question.
met, and no, you're a fucking retard cunt. You're changing it.
Demic,
I've
you're
always
changing
asked
the
you to present a
question.
ball. You will not.
Demic,
You
you're
will
changing
not.
the question.
You will not present a ball. You don't understand a
Demic,
ball. I know what a flat table is, and down on a
Demic, you're
flat
changing
table
the question.
goes down
Do
to
you
the
deny
inside of the
basketballs,
basketball.
Demic? Do you
No,
deny
you will never be
basketballs?
able to teach kindergarten. The kindergartners are smarter than you. They
Then
will
can you
teach you what
engage?
the
Can
inside of
you
a ball
engage?
is. And you're going to run out of the
Are you
class crying.
childish to
You are going to
engage with the
cry so
example?
hard. I'm going to say, where's the inside of this ball, kids? And they're going to point to the
Are
center.
you
Now I'm going to say, okay, on this jello ball. If I drop something on a
so
jello ball,
Demic?
we consider this jello ball Earth, kids. Where would you
Okay.
go? They're going to
You're
point to
flying
the
away
center
from
of
the
the ball.
example.
They're all
Are
going to
you
say,
willing
all of
to
our
engage
fingers
with the
are
example?
going to converge to
This
the
is what he
center.
does when he's backed in a corner.
A focal
Are
point.
you
No,
willing to
retard bitch with
engage
no
with the
lab.
example?
Guy with no ball.
Why are you running?
I have my
Why
flat
are you
earth
gish
in the lab
galloping?
ready.
You're like, what about this? What about that? What about this other thing? Let's run away from the example.
I'm in Chicago, 2915 South 9th
Oh yeah,
Street.
yeah.
In a
Chicago
lab,
is so
waiting for
important
you.
right now.
Waiting for you in a lab in Chicago. Waiting for you. I'm waiting
I'm
for
asking
you.
you. I'm asking you to engage with the example. Stop running, please.
I'm in a lab waiting for you to come prove me
Do
wrong.
you
Any
remember? Okay.
clover.
Do you
Put
remember
your
my
money where your
question,
mouth.
Demic? What was my question?
Nobody knows weirdo with no ball. Dr. Seuss. Put
Demic.
your money where
So you deny basketballs? Is that what I'm hearing?
you deny labs.
So do you deny the existence of basketballs?
Oh, it's rough. Okay. But irrespective of the shape of the Earth, why does it go in that direction? Irrespective of the shape of the Earth, why, when I hold my vape up to this monitor and I let go of it, it goes in that direction every time? Why does that happen? Okay, is there no one to answer? Well, from the opposing side, am I still heard? Jupiter, you can hear me?
I hear you. I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I think the conversation is dead, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm gonna then leave the Discord. I was hoping for a cool chat about it, but yeah, obviously not.
I mean, charitability is not part of his package, unfortunately.
Yeah, he can be pretty cool, but yeah, majority is but terrible.
I don't know what's cool about asking people to jump hoops all the time without putting up.
Because he's so forthcoming, he can be assertive, which is appreciative. It's very rare in humanity to be so assertive. So, but yeah, it's just too assertive in the wrong conversation. But it's very appreciative to have that personality. That's why I appreciate DMOC to actually do that. It's very rare. You got to be honest. Typically, people are always reserved. This person is very outgoing. So yeah, I appreciate it. It's just in a wrong context. But
You should be
Jupiter,
able
you
to
could.
allow people to speak in a public chat room.
I get that. I appreciate you helping as much as you could. I'm gonna call it a night. And Omnivore, thanks for the. Oh yeah, he's muted. Anyways, he gave me some sort of
Enjoy.
privileges. Uh, I don't want to abuse it. Oh, Electric's in here. So there's a new person. What? Not Electric. That's Elec. There's a new guy that opted in. What's up?
What's up, dude?
We were talking about down. Is this a conversation you want to join in on? Are you opposed to gravity?
Yeah, we don't know what the cause of things moving down is.
Okay, but you understand the concept of down?
Of course.
Awesome. Okay, are you a flat earther, a globe earther?
Not a globe.
Okay, you're not a globe. Okay, cool. So for instance, I posted a video just quick because we were having a chat with DMark. He's left now. Well, he's still here, but doesn't communicate anymore. Just like I dropped my vape, and why does it go down? Like in that direction, which I would call down. I don't know what you would call that direction, but if I had to have an XYZ fucking coordinates there in front of me, that would be down. Why does it go in that direction?
Good question.
So the current model predicts and says, because it's a globe Earth, beyond other evidence, but in this instance, we understand because it's going to the center of the mass, gravity. Or they call it gravity, the center of mass. I also don't understand it that much, to be honest. I'm still new in this shit, but that's my understanding. It's just going to the center. And I would see that with a water droplet. I would see that in a water droplet in a zero gravity plane. It always creates a sphere, and then everything just comes towards itself. So yeah, it's going down. What else would cause that other than the gravity and the current understanding, mainstream's understanding, when they give all their mathematical equations and things like that?
Wow. Well, you know, they say that space-time is bending, that the mass curves the fabric of space-time. but it's due to the mass that they claim. Well, first off, there's not an even distribution of mass in any planetary object, right? So when they claim that it's like a perfectly spherical shape, which the distribution of the mass is going to affect the gravitational field as if it were a sphere, well, then is it really about where you claim most of your mass is centered, which is typically they invoke like a dense nickel iron core, right? They say that at the center of planets that there is some dense core, which is truly the center of mass, which is, what all these geodesics of the space-time fabric are going to be curving along. So is
Fuck,
it
I love that answer.
center, or is it about the edges of the spherical shape?
I actually don't know, to be honest. I would just think that it's just because it revolves around it, whatever the center is. For myself, I don't understand it myself. So, dude, I love the way you answered that because that was way more comprehensive than I could ever explain it. My only understanding is if I'm in a nothingness and there's something, it'll be me, and then everything needs to come around me, and then I'm just attracted to it. So yeah, I become a circle, part of the bigger sphere. When they do the zero gravity planes, and you drop a water droplet, it's always a sphere. Used and there's water tension around things in space, and yeah, a lot of flat earthers don't believe in space, but yeah, it's always attracted to something, but there's always a central point where it belongs, and it's almost like it's a water tension thing. But yeah, whatever's creating that water tension, I don't know. But if it is anything, that maybe gravity, maybe that's part of gravity. I don't know. That's where I'm at.
Wait, you're asking about orbit? The phenomenon of orbit?
No. The phenomenon, like why everything goes to a central point. It's just attracted to a central point. So,
Well,
for
all
instance,
things affect all other things at respective distances, but the strength of that is a squared relationship with respect to the distance. So it rapidly falls off. So you would have to take an account for all massive things, because all massive things affect all other massive things at their respective distances. That's what we observe.
Yeah, that doesn't work
So
on the
there's
quantum scale, just so you know.
what?
That doesn't work in quantum.
that's an interesting point.
But
I heard about that.
it works at a macro. It works at a medium macro scale. So
Yeah, but not in
it's
quantum.
effective.
That's interesting. Sorry, Jupiter. That's interesting. I actually heard about this recently in a physicist podcast, that it doesn't work in quantum, which is fascinating, but it works everywhere else. And that is where quantum mechanics becomes so fucking beautiful. And I love quantum mechanics. If anything, string theory for me is going to be the next big thing in the next 100 years. But anyways, you guys carry on. Fuck, I love that.
There are other component forces at that size, so the respective distance goes into account for that, where there's a force that's much stronger than gravity.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. Are you trying to say that gravity is still happening on that scale? It's just the other forces are just, overbearing?
Yeah, because
Yeah,
we take the like, you're familiar with the three body problem?
Yeah, that's a joke, dude.
I've heard about it,
Don't
but can you
acknowledge.
explain it? Can you explain the three body problem in a layman term, possibly?
In essence, what it is that if you're gonna like model the motion of an object, right, you would take the sum components of all the forces that act upon it. So we'd have a thing, then we'd have the relationships of said thing, and then that's how it goes, right? So you just take all the things into account, and then you should be able to accurately predict how it's moving.
Yeah, but you add the third one, then it fucks everything up. That's my understanding. It throws it out of its predictive path.
Well, the three-body problem is generally used to indicate like an object on like a surface, and so you have to take in to account normal forces and forces of friction, because force is mass times acceleration in the case that given no resistance, given no interference, right, something will accelerate towards this direction if there's a force, right? And then if it's not doing that, then something is involved in that process. There's something else going on. So why isn't your vape falling to the center of the Earth? Because there's something in the way, pushing up against it. So that's another force being applied upon that object.
Jesus, I'm too fucking dumb for this. I'll just keep writing software because even that's complicated enough.
Yeah.
And
then there's another question. It's like, hey, there's this big cinder block, and I'm pushing forward. Why isn't it sliding? I'm using a force. I'm expending energy trying to push it. Why isn't it moving? Because of the force of friction, the force of static friction. It is
Jupiter,
resisting.
Are you
your
studying this?
force.
Is this part of your like career path? If I'm
I
asked,
studied,
I'm not.
this was my first major, or my first intended major. I didn't finish it, but I got pretty close.
No, that's fine, dude. The fact that you went down it is amazing. Oh my god, it's too fucking brainy for me. What do you do now? If I'm asked.
I'm down the computer science track.
Ah, same year. Okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah, I write software. I'm a software developer. That's the path I went down. Problem solving, in that sense. But Jesus, the astrophysics and stuff, you guys, that's next level. So well done getting down at least the first year. Jesus, that's insane.
Well, this is just mechanics. It's not the rest of it, but
No, I can imagine. You know, that's a 5-6 year thing. But yeah, just even considering it, it said to me, no. Sorry, I'm too dumb for this. Wow. Okay. Yeah, no. Cheers, guys. You guys carry on with the discussion. I'm gonna head to a philosophy chat about like why we're actually here. Unless you guys want to chat about that, I don't know. It's too weird that we even exist. So yeah.
Hey, Beer Man. Good to see you, dude.
What's up? Oh,
What's up,
Flatty.
brother?
What's
You
up,
alright,
man?
dude?
Should I hang around a bit? You want to change the discussion? I don't know. I'm up for a philosophical chat about like why we even exist. And there's another Discord that's inviting me now for that, and I'm cool to hop into there. Otherwise, I can hang around here. Is that too deep for you guys?
I can listen if you want to get into it, but I can't talk at the moment.
Nah, yeah, I don't want to just talk about it. I actually want to discuss about it. Like, I'm trying to figure this shit out myself, and I've got like 30 years left to live, so I'm trying to figure out why I exist.
So good to see you anyway.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Okay, Jupiter, Flatty, have a good night. Omnivore is muted, and DMark, you've been amazing for the first part. And yeah, have a good night, evening, day, whatever you guys at. Cheers. Bye.
Easy, guys. Cheers.